welcome to Emerald Lake. It's me, Raven. Hi, everybody. Hellos. Welcome in. Do's all get sorted. Hi. Hello there. Hi, Devon. Hi, Mask. I don't know if Wally's still in here right now. Might have popped out. Unclear. And LaHonk redeemed first, but we all know he's not here right now because he disappears and then he comes back to little shit. But hi, everybody. Mask, you really ought to be able to get first. You're a mod. You should have insider information. How do you not know? No, I just tease. Yeah, you'll get it one day. You'll get it. Okay. Well, hi, everybody. I have some copyrighted. You're slow. You're slow. I'm sorry. I was saying I have some copyrighted music stuck in my head for the holidays, and I'm like, oh, but I can't. Oh no, because it would get bonked. I would get bonked for it. How awful. But just know, it's in that little bread noggin right now. That's all that's there. Is like 3 songs, and 2 out of 3 are copyright music. Copyright Christmas music. Just make if a Frauge version. We could try. Ooh. I'll have to work on it and then get back to you. Cause there is allowances for parodies and such. So as long as I change enough of the words, it'd be like, yay! Go get it. Weird Raven instead of Weird Owl. Anyway. Well, hi everybody. Yee. I'm expecting this to be our... Yes, I know what you meant. I just thought I'd poke at you. I'm surprised it's not Mask. Mask is the one that would say the thingy and then get all the typos. Oh no. We derailed a train of thought. Raven doesn't get a lot of those. You can't do that. Oh no. Where was brain going? Okay, chair being loud. I will have no typos today. I wish that had a typo. I wish it was right off the bat. But okay. If you say so. I will have perfect grammar for a little mask. You're not that baff. Bye. I was gonna leave it. I was like, good. I was about to say, like, it was my brain that switched around the R and the F in perfect because I was just reading the text. It's not used to the... And then you took it. You did it. This is what you get for flying too close to the sun. You're like, I'll be perfect. You need to shut up. That's how you make sure you don't do it. Never shut up. Always keep typos. I love it. We all love it. It's perfect. Already here? Oh my goodness. Okay. From this point forward. And then said something stupid. Yeah, no. We'll see it when we see it. Okay. Where was brain? I will have a professor proofread all my messages. Ooh. That's a good way. Get a proofreader. Okay. I'm trying to find where my brain went. No. It's gone. So I guess we'll just get to stories. So we're back to our holiday short stories book. We're just only doing that till it's dead. Oh, now I remember, but I'm gonna finish this. We've read a good chunk of them. it looks like I think we have 5 left. As I flip back. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes, 5 left. So we'll have probably only 2 that we get through today because they're fairly chunky ones. The ones about this length we've had to take breaks for previously. So stands a reason. And I'll probably manage another 2 for the next stream tomorrow. Then I'll have 1 more. And I don't know what I'll do. I think I have a couple ideas, but I will warn you all in advance that this will be the last of regular streams, possibly any streams, until the new year. I will not be streaming at all next week. None of next week. And I don't know about the last little bit of December, but I will be making sure to put up some videos. So, as much as my Twitch will be quiet, my other stuff is staying. I can't believe she's graduating. What do you mean? Graduating? What the hell does that mean? I will be here in the new year. It's just the end of this year. And I am making sure to put up some videos. It's just that they're not going to be streams. So it's going to be different. So yeah. I think that's what people call it when they retire streaming. Oh. So that's supposed to be like they graduated from virtual life into real life? They graduated from Twitch to OnlyFans? Or what? What do you mean? Why? I am not graduating. No congrats now. It's just that I'm gonna be busy and gone and doing stuff during that time. So yeah, I didn't invent the term. I didn't think you did, Mask. If you had, that would be surprising. Just because you had said that you hadn't been doing much. Anyway, I can't believe it. I'm not retiring forever. Not retiring it at all. I will be back in January. And you know I'll be back in January because I promised a D&D stream. We have to do that. And I'm excited to start getting that one done. I think it'll probably be more likely we'll do it in like February. I don't know how much stuff I'm going to have to get ready and how much I'm going to have things impeding my progress. So, it might be a little while. But I'm hopeful. I'm looking forward to it. Yeah, so you can pout all you like that I won't be streaming, but I'll be streaming today, obviously. Tomorrow, and the next day. We gotta finish this damn book. And then I will be releasing the videos. I don't want to say what they are because it's a little bit like you'll see when you see, but they won't be streamed. So yeah. All right. With that, our first story tonight is What the hell have you done, Sophie Roth? That's the title. It's a hell of a title. And I'll be dropping the illustration in the Discord in a moment. So let's do that actually. And you can look at the title. No. There you go. That's it. Hold on. Give me a moment while Discord opens up. Wake up! Where the heck? Okay. There it is in our chatting channel. It should go somewhere else maybe, but like it's the best fit for now. Oh, you got cookies, Mask? I'm jealous. Okay. Alright. Is everything in place? I think so. I feel a little bit like I'm forgetting something big. like a significant thing, and I don't know what it is. Oh well. I'll just hydrate and move on. Yell at me if you tell me, because you figured it out that I'm forgetting something, but I don't know what it is. Okay, so What the Hell Have You Done, Sophie Roth, by Gayle Forman. And based on the illustration, it do look like this one is finally a Jewish story. It's a set of candles, but I'm not sure if it is. So here we go. In the 15 weeks since starting her freshman year at the University of Bumfuckville, the first sentences in these are so great. Oh my gosh. In the 15 weeks since starting her freshman year at the University of Bumfuckville, Sophie had counted at least a dozen "What the hell have you done, Sophie Roth" moments. The first was when Sophie's mother dropped her off at the dorms. Wow, that's immediately you're saying that to yourself. My goodness. Immediately you've messed up. Dropped her off at the dorms, which were covered in brick and ivy, just like the catalog promised. The rental car's engine had not yet stopped ticking when Sophie understood that the idea of a college in the country, in the middle of the country, pastoral was how she'd been describing it to friends back in Brooklyn, wasn't so much as pastoral as it was foreign, as if she'd decided to enroll at the University of Beirut. Attendant sinking feelings in the stomach soon followed the revelation that really shouldn't have been a revelation. It was so obvious. It had been obvious to all of her friends, who were perplexed by her choice to go there, and to her mother, who wasn't. As she and her mother had hauled her suitcases into the dorm, Sophie didn't dare let her feelings show. It would only make her mother feel guilty. The University of Bumfuckville being pastoral wasn't the real reason Sophie had enrolled. The second "What the hell have you done, Sophie Roth" moment had come later that weekend when she'd met her roommates. Nice girls, pretty girls, welcoming girls, but that first night together, beer and pizza with crusts thick as the length of Sophie's thumb, because she's from Brooklyn, she's like, oh, ew, what the fuck was this crust? Sophie had to say, "I'm kidding," at least a half a dozen times, a trend that continued well into the term until Sophie finally realized that sarcasm was like a separate dialect, one not universally understood. "You're so big city," one of the Caitlins, and it's spelled Kaitlynn, which feels particular if there are two people with that exact same spelling, but yeah. Anyway, there were 3 on her hall. Geez, 3, would say. They're all saying, "You're so big city." Sophie was never quite sure if this was an insult. Sophie had imagined she would be the mysterious one on the campus. She was from the big city after all, but it was the girls from the small Midwestern towns who had dreamed of going to college here all their lives, whose parents had gone here, who were inscrutable. The guys were no better, strapping and big-toothed specimens with names like Kyle and Connor. At the start of the term, one such guy had asked Sophie out on what she thought was a date, but what had turned out to be a group outing to play ultimate frisbee. Sophie had been grouchy about it, but then to her surprise had gotten into the game. Woohoo! Catching a scoring pass, talking smack against the other team. On the walk back to the dorms, Kyle Connor had said, "You're really competitive, aren't you?" Sophie had no doubt as to whether that was an insult. That was "What the hell have you done, Sophie Roth" moment number 4, or maybe it was 5. There had been several with the boys here. She was starting to lose count. She'd long since lost hope. "Oh, hi, La Honk. Welcome in. I see you have Bonked Mask, who, FYI, is determined to not make any typos and has already made a typo, but we're hoping." just so you know. Scramped. Okay. The story breaks and it picks up. She had no one to blame for tonight's "What the hell have you done" moment except herself. Finals had ended 2 days ago, and most of the students had decamped for winter break. Flight prices back to New York halved if Sophie left the following week, so she had to stick around and twiddle thumbs. Earlier that day, Sophie had been selling her books back to the bookstore, getting a pittance in return. Because 2 editions were about to be updated, the clerk explained, causing Sophie to get into an argument with the poor sap about why all textbooks should be digital and updated automatically. Only it wasn't really an argument because the clerk wanted nothing to do with the debate. Yeah, the clerk was like, I just work here. What the hell? Okay. On the way out, she'd seen a flyer for caroling on the quad that night, and for some reason she'd thought, this seems like a good idea. Sophie wondered when she was going to learn that lots of things seem like a good idea, but a small amount of analysis might uncover that such seemingly good ideas are, in fact, intrinsically faulty. Take communism. Oh boy. Seem like a good idea. Everyone shares, no one goes hungry. But maybe give it a good think and you'd come away understanding for it to work you'd need an inhuman capacity for cooperation or a much more human capacity for totalitarianism. Anyways, she'd heard Luba describe bread lines and bugged phones and Siberian gulags enough to know which way that went. A caroling concert? She really should have known better. The entire point of a caroling concert was to join in. First of all, Sophie was Jewish. It was bad enough that she'd basically skipped Hanukkah this year, but to spend the last night of the Jewish holidays serenading the birth of Jesus? ... Just period. No period. And even if they were to throw in, I have a little dreidel, they wouldn't. Dreidels were as foreign to Bumfuckville as moon rocks. Sophie wouldn't sing. Not in public. Not here. In her defense, she did like Christmas carols. Not the horrible dirges sung over mall speakers, but people singing in pretty harmonies. Sophie remembered when she first heard carolers wandering the streets outside her apartment in Brooklyn. They had harmonized so beautifully. Sophie had asked her grandmother if those were angels singing. No, darling, Luba had replied, just Gentiles. There was nothing wrong with the singing tonight. It was fine, but not remotely magical or angelic. And everyone seemed to be wearing Christmas sweaters, like with appliques of Rudolph or Santa on them. One girl even had a sweater with a tree that actually lit up. If Sophie had gone to NYU, such sweaters would have been worn ironically. But here, they weren't. Everything was so goddamn sincere. I cut off after sin. It was like, everything was so goddamn sin. Okay. Including the carols. Not that she expected ironic Christmas carols. Jingle bells, Batman smells, Robin laid an egg. Wasn't that how they sang in elementary school? But there was so much eye shining and heart as they pum-pum-pum-pummed about little drummer boys. Plus the sweaters. She couldn't take it anymore. Oh, the Ned Flanders of it all, she muttered to herself, which is fair. Which was something she'd been doing a lot lately. When she admitted this to Zora, her friend had warned that it was a certain step on the road to crazy cat ladyism. Muttering to herself or calling people Ned Flanders? Because I think it's a fair assessment. Anyway, Sophie had laughed, but when she thought of her mother alone in the apartment with only her sculptures and now Luba's cats for company, it didn't seem quite so funny. Yo, you just say something about Ned Flanders? Which Kyle Connor said this? Oh, who yelled this now? Caught cat ladying out loud. Oi. So if Sophie felt as though she'd been spotted streaking the quad naked. She pretended she had not heard the question. What do you mean, Kyle Connor Chad, bro? You did. You said the Ned Flanders something. She turned around. Standing about 3 feet away was one of the black guys on campus. Sophie hated herself for thinking of him like that. She'd grown up on the Bed-Stuy side of Clinton Hill, after all, but here it was hard not to. There seemed to be like 20 black students at the entire college, a lot of them scholarship students like her. She knew this because she'd met quite a few at the dean's reception for excellence the first week of school. She'd been flattered by the invite until she walked in and was given a handout with still open work-study slots and understood that it was a get-together for all the scholarship students. Hold on. Raven's got to make a big old cough and be loud and annoying. Hold on. Why are they crying, Long? Why are they both crying? Why is everybody sad? Because you have too much love? I feel like that's good. That's good. You guys love each other. You show it in box. Moss. Cat love. Okay. I know you always cry. He who doth protests too much. But I'm surprised at Lahong. Okay. It was some sort of. Oh my gosh. My frog in my throat is already back. That's so mean. I just got rid of that. It was a get together for all the scholarship students. 6%? Unacceptable! Put it together. 87, 6. Yeah, 93 is good. 93%. Yeah. 93. That's accurate. There you go. It was a get together for the scholarship student, and I sound like I'm got something wrong with me. Because I kind of do. A frog in my throat or something. Ah! I will mute again. Oh no, it's worse. Oh no, it's worse. Okay. Oh no. Hopefully I recover. Alright. The get together for the scholarship students, she'd hid out in a corner, eavesdropping on a bunch of guys from the basketball team. Basketball was huge here, she'd been surprised to learn. Comparing notes about some of the sillier comments they'd gotten in their first week. Sophie had been dying to chime in with some choice examples of her own, but stopped herself. Though she may have felt like a minority here, she was still white. She tried to remember if this guy had been at the reception. He was looking at her like he might know her. I didn't say it so much as mutter it, she said, or rather, muttered. The frog in Raven's throat must be a traitor. Some of these frogs, have you ever had a pet that, you know, is just a little too clingy and they don't understand physical space, you know, personal space? They're just like, I am in your personal space. Hello. Yay. Frogs do be like that. And sometimes that includes my throat, I guess. I guess. Hopefully I recover. She will yell at me if I don't better. Oh, better. I will yell at you. I want a pet. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna try to cough. Okay, scrummed. Good. It's bad to make me laugh when I'm struggling with the frog in my throat. It tends to happen, and that's when I end up with my wheezy laugh. So, let's not do that. Okay. So, yeah, Sophie muttered again. Lahonk! Stop do that. Don't do that. You're so mean. Don't do that. Oh, no, I'm sorry. No. It's just you're trying to get me a wheezy laugh so that you can laugh at me laughing. Oh, then we won't get any reading done. Stop la honk. No behead. You don't behead. No. No. Okay. Sophie had muttered. Again, I didn't say it so much as muttered it. He laughed. A big, open-chested laugh, and for a second, Sophie felt the tiny thrill of landing a successful joke. But it was followed by doubt because people here didn't get her humor. Sorry, Mike. When she made people laugh, she suspected it was after she'd left the room, which annoyed the shit out of her. Back home, people at least had the decency to laugh in your face. This caroling thing was a supremely bad idea. She turned to walk away. It was just going well. He gave you a giggle. What the hell? What are you doing? She felt a hand, a huge hand, on her shoulder. Sorry, I'm not messing with you, for real. Just, I was thinking the same thing. She turned around. You were thinking about Ned Flanders? Yeah, he's thinking about him. Ooh. The way Marge thinks about him. There's an unfortunate number of times where they're like, oh, Ned Flanders is like actually really hot. And I'm like, what? I'm just joking. She turned around. You were thinking about Ned Flanders? She waited for him to say diddly-o or some such. It would be exactly what the Kyles or Connors would say. Then they'd ask her major, but he just smiled. A slow, oozy grin, too hot for this cold night. Ooh. Yeah, Ned Flanders, he said, among others. He made it sound risque, the among others, and Sophie felt herself flush. Ooh, okay. He stuck out a hand, sheathed in a fingerless glove. Russell, he said. She looked at him, or rather up at him. He was very tall, a whole foot taller than Sophie at least, and Sophie was 5'5", tall enough to play basketball. Hey, you can play basketball at 5'5"? You can play basketball at short. You can do that. Don't do that. But based on the scholarships and the implications that they like basketball, yeah, he's probably here for basketball. Step 1 of flirting. Talk about Ned Flanders. Apparently. Maybe he was on scholarship, same as her. The thought was reassuring as his grip, which was firm, not crushing. He wasn't one of those guys who had to break your hand to prove just how much they treated you as equals. Sophie, she said. So, Sophie, he opened his arms wide. What brings you here? It felt like a variation of the what's your major query, the implication really being, what are you doing here? Sophie hated being asked her major. She didn't have one. She was a first-term freshman, for Christ's sake. Not everyone had their lives figured out by the time they exited the womb. And yes, Sophie, that is very fair. You're very fair. As for what she was doing here, ... A year ago, she hadn't even heard of this place. I mean, University of Bumfuckville. Who does hear about that place? Anyway, her high school guidance counselor suggested it, apparently knowing the ins and outs of obscure colleges with ridiculous endowments. When the school made a financial aid offer so generous, so above and beyond anywhere else, Sophie simply couldn't turn it down. Before she'd had time to think about what it would mean, all of this pastoralia, etc., she had enrolled. Now she found herself checking off days in the calendar awaiting her parole. And yes, she knew she was being hyperbolic and dramatic, and it was a free $50,000 a year education, and she should be grateful, but no matter how many times she told herself that, it didn't erase how unhappy she was. Oh, my goodness. Okay. Are you going to transfer somewhere else, bud? Because it sounds like you really ought to. I believe in the value of a liberal arts education, Sophie said now. It was her standard response to the annoying question she'd grown accustomed to, along with the iceberg lettuce in the salad bar and cheese served on top of things that wouldn't seem worthy of dairy. Well, in Bumfuckville, everything's gotta have dairy. We've established that this is very clearly, the prairies, the Midwest, that vibe. So, yeah, there's cheese everywhere, of course. Russell laughed. I meant here at the Ned Flandersest Christmas caroling concert of all time. There was something about the way he said it, as if he and Sophie were on the same side. It loosened something in her. I'm doing anthropological research, she said. An ethnography of sorts. Yeah, Sophie said. I'm particularly interested in the sweaters, the symbolism of the light-up ones. Yes. Sophie paused for a beat, waiting for the blank expression and the really she would have gotten off a Kyle or a Connor. Really calling Kyles and Connors dumb. I mean, I can't disagree, but still. Okay. To which Sophie would have had to say, no, not really, just kidding, and the conversation would have fizzled. But Russell was nodding along, stroking his chin in exaggerated professorial motions. I believe those represent a mating ritual. I'm liking Russell more and more. Rip all our Kyles and Connors. And geez, don't tell Vi. More like don't tell Vi's rats. Vi will live. Won't go too crazy, but Vi's rats. Oh, we better be careful. Okay. Unless they've infected her. Oh no. Okay. Right. The Christmas sweaters as if they're a mating ritual. Yes, you see, the male lights up in order to attract the attention of the female so that procreation may ensue. Like fireflies? Sophie asked. And anglerfish, Russell said. Vi will rat on us to the rats. Oh no! She doesn't know how to not tell them about cheese. You're right. And soon I'm going to be giving her those cheese dice. Danger. Okay. Here's a question. Are the sweaters mating or the people in them? Sophie asked. Ooh, it's a very good, a very important question. Hi, Turt. Did you show up specifically for us mentioning Vi? Okay. When Russell grinned, he no longer looked professorial. Couldn't tell you, Sophie, he said, but both prospects scare the shit out of me. These weird people in Christmas sweaters making love, or the sweaters making love, are both scary. And yeah, okay. Sophie laughed, not fake laughed or polite laughed, but her real laugh, with the almost snort at the end. It had been a while. With the snort, too? Oh, yeah, that's good. You wouldn't find it so funny if you knew the rest of the ritual, Russell warned, a hand over his mouth, all conspiratorial. I'm almost afraid to ask. Sophie tilted her head up to listen. She was flirting a bit. Something else she hadn't done in a while. Ooh. Okay, Turt, okay. Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer is like a trigger. As soon as they hear it, all those sweaters. He shakes his head. Just trust me, you don't want to see it. What? Is it like a sweater orgy? Think about it. The lighting up of Rudolph's nose, all red and pulsating, it's a symbol for... I get it, Sophie interrupted, waving away the image. But she was still laughing. You've put a lot of thought into this. Scary, ain't it? Sophie wasn't sure if he was referring to the amount of thought he'd put into it, or the vision of all these nice, clean, singing people having an orgy. I thought the sweaters were having the orgy. Oh no. Ooh. But when, a few moments later, the carolers chimed in with the opening notes and words, Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer had a very shiny nose, Sophie and Russell looked at each other and, as if by some mutual agreement, took off running. Get me away from these crazy people. Do not open your clothes drawer without knocking. Specifically the sweaters one. Okay, so then the story breaks and it picks up. The problem was there was nowhere to go. The campus was pastoral, surrounded by farms and woodlands. Go cow tipping, I don't know. There was a small commercial strip, but places tended to shutter early even when school was in session. They were standing in front of the student union, which was open, but going inside felt like admitting defeat. And after the last few months, or maybe the last few minutes, Sophie couldn't bear it. But then Russell said, "I'm parked just over there." He flashed the key remote, and a car with Texas plates chirped and lit up. Ah, okay, so he's from Texas. I mean, I should have known with a couple of the ain't and stuff in there, but I guess I should be putting on my accent for Russell. "I'm not going to wind up at the bottom of some limestone quarry, am I?" Sophie asked, almost as a formality to prove that she, a tough New Yorker, wasn't just naively getting into the car with him. But then she worried that he'd take the question differently because he was black. And then she chastised herself for obsessing about this. Zora was black. She never acted this way around her. Then again, Zora wasn't a guy. I'm just seeing the auto mod and the bit. Oh no, the auto mod stopped it. Good news, Turt, is that mask is a mod, and we'll still see it, even with us not clicking allow or deny to the flagged message. So there you, good news. Okay. Okay. So she's like, in her head, she's like, "Oh no, what if it come out wrong? No, oops." But he just grinned again and undid the top two buttons of his coat to reveal his sweater underneath. Heather gray and plain. "No, Rudolph, no light-ups. You're safe." Once in the car, Russell flipped the ignition and started driving. He seemed to have a destination in mind, which was a welcome change. Her few outings with the Kyles and Connors had been group affairs with everyone chiming in. "What do you want to do?" "I don't know." "What do you want to do?" I can't agree more, Sophie. It hurts. But at the same time, if you're like, "Oh, I thought we were just running from carolers," and he's like, "I know exactly where I'm taking you," that is a little bit spooky. That's just a little bit. But we're gonna give it benefit of the doubts. It made Sophie want to do precisely nothing. Oh, passenger princess, okay? Oh, I mean fair, but at the same time, I was talking about the movie, not the actual thing. Even if the movie kind of turns into the thing. Oops, a little oops. I see what you meant. Yeah. Maybe that's exactly what the sweaters be doing. Okay, anyway. Focus. Right. Where were we? I warned you guys. I was about to say I brained you guys. Oh my goodness. I warned you guys that there was like songs stuck in my head, so I'm a little bit more of the sing to myself when I don't know what I'm doing mode. Okay. The car was plush, leather interior, that new car smell. "Nice car," she commented. "Thanks," he said. "Hand-me-down." "Really? Hand-me-downs are usually more of the winter coat / ice skating variety. And yachts. Everyone gives me their cast-off yachts. It's really a pain." "What do you mean you just get extra yachts?" What the fuck? I get that it's a joke, but I'm lost at how that connects to that one. It was like, oh, winter coats, ice skating, and then yacht. Where did that come from? Okay. Russell laughed. "Yeah, I hate it when that happens." On the dash were the controls for butt warmers. Sophie loved butt warmers. Loved anything that made her warm. She'd been surprised by how cold it was here, a chill that never left her bones. She'd stand under the shower for 20 minutes and still be cold. She missed her bathtub. Extra yachts. Ha ha ha. Yachts. This could be the Ohio hand-me-down. This is the new lingo kids are using these days. Shush. I don't need this. Okay. She missed her bathtub. Shall we fire up the butt warmers? Sophie asked. We can fire up anything you want, Russell said, which made the need for butt warmers immediately redundant. Her ass got warm on its own? Oh, yeah. No, okay. All right, so Russell switched them on, and Sophie grew the toastiest she'd been since winter had descended, as if on a schedule the day before Halloween. How about some tunes? He asked. Sure, Sophie said. He turned on the stereo. You spin. Sophie looked for an iPhone or dock or something. Oh, this is gonna get silly. Okay, she looked for a dock or something. Russell glimpsed at her and said, It's voice activated. Just call out a song. Oh, he's gonna get you. Oh, magic, Sophie said, except then she realized that she wouldn't have the luxury of browsing Russell's collection to see what he had. Sophie had the musical taste of a 50-year-old woman. In other words, her mother's musical taste. But that was embarrassing. What did normal people like? Zora was into this indie, folky music that put Sophie to sleep. Maybe Kanye? Or was that too presumptuous? Lord? Didn't everyone like Lord? It's not a test, Russell said. Just tell it your favorite song. You can see the cogs in her head spinning, I guess. You can't always get what you want, Sophie blurted. She started to explain that it was the Rolling Stones, but Russell was already asking the magic car to play track 9 of Let It Bleed. A few seconds later, the opening chorus of choir boys singing, sounding much better than tonight's carolers, Sophie thought, filled the car, followed by Mick Jagger's beautifully ruined voice. They drove and let Mick Jagger croon them over the dark country roads. Sophie loved this song and mouthed the words, but resisted the urge to sing aloud. One of the "What the hell have you done, Sophie Roth" moments had involved an ill-advised rendition of "To Sir with Love" on the karaoke machine in the common room. Maybe not the best choice if you're tone deaf, one of the girls had said. Ooh, fuck her. Rude lady. She'd been trying to be helpful, but none of Sophie's NYC friends, some of whom had attended the performing arts high school, had ever seen fit to make such a comment. No, I don't think I was trying to be helpful, friend. Sophie wasn't sure where they were going. It was rural. Oh my gosh, it's a trap. Are you comparing your local carolers to professional singers? I'm just seeing this. Sorry, I was just reading. Can't keep up. Ooh, I'll get to that. I mean, she just really didn't like those carolers. Okay. Sophie wasn't sure where they were going. It was rural out here. They just seemed to be driving, but that was okay. No. Danger. Driving and listening to the Stones definitely qualified as the best date she'd had here so far. Not that that was a date. Was it a date? Sorry, not that this was a date. Was this a date? After about 20 minutes, Russell pulled off the highway in the middle of an otherwise empty stretch of road, all lit up like a beacon, was a diner. Not just a diner, but an old-school, aluminum-sided diner. It looked like a giant Airstream trailer. Ooh, you know that's going to have some good food. What is this place? Sophie asked as they crunched over the gravel parking lot. It was so completely unexpected, like being handed a beautifully wrapped gift for no special reason. This, Russell said, is the best pie in the state. I knew it. I knew it was going to be about the pie. Shut up. Hi, Tom. Hi, Talbot. I knew it was going to be pie. It wasn't going to be about a sandwich. It was going to be about the pie, and I'm so glad. We like pie over here. Okay. But where did it come from? Sophie heard the question. It was the diner equivalent of, "What are you doing here?" But the only diner type places she'd seen around campus had been chains, Applebee's and Fridays and the like. It's always about the pie. Pie's therefore pie. Okay. Oz, Russell said. That seemed exactly right. Oz, like it had been blown in on a twister, or like it was in Technicolor after everything these past few months had been in black and white. Maybe when people asked Sophie where she was from in that overly solicitous but also mildly suspicious tone that suggested that whatever it was, they were glad they weren't from there, she would stop saying Brooklyn, so big city, and start saying Oz. I like it. It's a little sarcastic. It's fun. Yeah. Oz was packed. They found the last remaining booth, a waitress in jeans and a t-shirt with a St. Bernard in an elf hat on it plopped a couple of menus on the table. Okay, the way that's worded, I was like, was it literally a St. Bernard delivered the menus? Oh my god. No, it was just that she had the dog with a hat image on her shirt and she plopped the menus. "Mary, kiss my ass," she crooned in a smoke-scarred voice. "Right back at you, Lorraine," Russell said. "What's good tonight?" "Why you always ask me that?" "I like the way you talk pie." "Oh, stop it. Also, I have a guest." Lorraine glanced at Sophie. "So you do." She cleared her throat. "We got some specials. Banana cream, Reese's peanut butter pie, sweet potato, plus the cherries good. Fruit's frozen, but the cherries were grown only 2 miles from here." Russell looked to Sophie. "Well, do you have apple?" she asked. Lorraine looked at Russell. "Really? Hey, I didn't know." "Didn't know what?" Sophie asked, but nobody answered her. "2 apples, then," Lorraine said. "You want 'em a la mode or with cheese?" Sophie winced. "Pie with cheese? Why not add some gravy while you're at it? That sounds like pie poutine, and I am scared." "Oh, good God. What have the French done here?" Russell registered the look. "You ever had apple pie with cheese?" Sophie shook her head. "But you know it's no good." "Yep," Sophie said. She's like, "No, we're not doing that." "Without ever having tried it?" "Well, I've never had apple pie with toenail clippings either, but I'm pretty sure where I stand on that." Russell smiled. Lorraine tapped her pencil against the pad. "We'll take one of each," he told Lorraine. He turned to Sophie. "You might be tempted." Yeah, I'm pretty sure this was in the Men in Black movies, wasn't it? He gets pie with cheese, doesn't he? Or does he get it with ice cream? I could have swore that somebody references cheese on pie in the Men in Black movie. Anyway, okay. You might be tempted. Don't bet on it, Sophie said. I always go for the long shot. He was teasing her, Sophie could tell, but she wasn't entirely sure he was teasing her about pie. "That all?" Lorraine asked. "Almost," Russell said. He looked right at Sophie as if they were in cahoots. "Coffee, right?" "Obviously." "2 coffees, please." "Oh." "Ryan, you don't gotta call me out like that." But it's true. And I did it again. More random babbling from Raven about pie. I love when I talk into my bottles while I'm drinking water. I have a tendency to do this. Do you like it? It sounds fun. Okay. Yes, coffee. I don't think it's mochas. It's diner coffee. It's from a pot. It's black and it's maybe bad, maybe good. We don't know. After Lorraine left, Sophie looked around. It was an interesting mix of people. Farmers in Carhart, but also people who looked at home in a city, even though the nearest city was more than 100 miles away. How had they all found out about this place? Is this place on Yelp? Sophie asked. Raven is the one who speaks to water. I guess I do. I talk into it. Okay. Is this place on Yelp? Don't think it has a name, let alone a Yelp listing, he said. What do you mean it doesn't have a name? It's gotta have a name, even if it just says The Diner. Like, what? What do you mean it ain't got no name? How'd you find it? You knock 3 times on the 4th red barn on your left, and someone whispers you the directions. Very underground, Sophie said. Yup, Russell said, only for the cool kids. He gestured to an elderly couple behind them, the ultimate insiders. Yes, the THE separated out. Yes. Okay. She laughed at that, the old people being in on the secrets. I like it. Not that she'd ever been an insider, but never less so than in the last 3 months. I miss diners. They've got good diners in New York, Russell said. They do. There's this one me and my mom sometimes go to for upside down dinner, which is breakfast for dinner. Russell interrupted. Big fan of the upside down dinner. Me too. Wait, how'd you know I was from New York? Russell didn't answer, or let his oozy grin do the talking. Wait, what? Or let his oozy grin do the answering. I think his oozy grin did do the answering by him grinning. Anyway. Weird moment. Oh, I see. It's obvious. Because I'm so big city. Big city? That's what they tell me here all the time. Only they don't mean it as any kind of geographical destination. It's more of an all-purpose commentary on how strange they think I am. You watch foreign films and are sarcastic. Therefore, so big city. Russell thought about it a minute. You eat spicy food. Therefore, so big city. You read the New York Times and not for an assignment. Totally big city. You listen to jazz. Whoa, big city. You wear black. Definitely big city. You are black. Definitely big city. Only then they call you urban. Sophie laughed. Sometimes I think big city is code for Jewish, even if people here don't realize it because they've never met a Jew before. Seriously? Seriously. When Sophie first got here, she'd been asked about what kind of church she went to. She'd explained that Jews went to temple. Not that she did. Her family wasn't that kind of Jewish. She'd been incredulous that people did not know this, but a lot of people didn't. Her mother had packed her a small menorah for Hanukkah, but it had remained stuffed in the far reaches of her closet. Sophie couldn't bear the number of explanations that lighting the candles would require. Girl, just do it. Shove it in their little faces. Assumptions that everybody does Christianity. Yeah. Okay. Sophie was wondering how much of this to tell Russell, but he was now looking at his phone, and then he was waving Lorraine over, and for a small second Sophie feared she'd gone too far. She was always going too far. And if he was asking for the check, yeah, he found out you were Jewish, and he wanted to run away? No, honey. No. But instead, he asked Lorraine if they had hash browns. The patty kind, not the chunky ones. Chunky ones is home fries. Hash browns is the patties. We got both, Lorraine said, exasperated. Though Sophie was beginning to suspect she enjoyed being exasperated by Russell. Yeah, that's the kind of those diner waitresses, they are the, I'm so exasperated by you. But it's fun. I follow Herbert. Followers of Herbert attend Herbert's Emerald Lake meetings. Herbert, what the fuck are you doing? You hold meetings? What the shit? He's just staring right back at me with his mallet. What the fuck? We're not supposed to let people in here. We sing with Herbert. Aw, I do like singing. I do like singing meetings. It's just good. Very communal. Little shit. Okay. Alright. Okay, hash browns with a side of applesauce and sour cream. Russell looked at Sophie. Right? Right, Sophie managed to say, barely because a sudden lump in her throat. Hash browns, basically latkes, with applesauce and sour cream. This was Hanukkah food. How did you know? Sophie asked when she'd recovered. Genius thing called a calendar. It's got all kinds of intel, he said. The dates maybe, but latkes are insider knowledge. I think it's the second half, the applesauce and sour cream. Very potato pancakey things is everywhere. That is not new. But anyway, okay. Where are you really from? His grin was a little bit wicked. You suggesting a brother from Texas can't know about latkes? I'll bet it's a violation of several state statutes, actually, Sophie said. Russell laughed. Probably right. I used to date a Jewish girl. Well then. So they have Jews in Texas. This wasn't Texas. Okay, well then do you not have an accent, sir? Oh, now that she thought about it. Here I was. Okay, redact all of my accenting. He doesn't have an accent. Rude. Now that I thought about it, he didn't sound like he was from Texas. But she didn't sound like she was from New York either. People on campus were surprised by that. She guessed her accent, at least, wasn't so big city. So where are you really from, then? Really from? Not sure I'm really from anywhere. Now you're just trying to be mysterious. How 'ma doin'? See the how 'ma doin'? It's literally spelled how apostrophe M I doing. How 'ma doin'? That's an accenty type of word. Don't tell me that's no accent. Okay. You're James Bond, but even he's from somewhere. His face seemed to flatten out a bit. Haven't lived anywhere long enough to be from there. Then he listed a roster of places he had lived. Dubai, Seoul, Amman, Mexico City, and stateside, North Dakota, Colorado, and most recently, Houston, Texas. My father's in the oil business. Or as he would have said before we learned he didn't have an accent, my father's in the oil business. They always say, oh, it's not oil. It's oil. Okay, anyway, that's what Russell said. And then we flip page. Oh, I thought ... Sophie began as her brain fully digested yet another thing that should have been obvious. Russell was rich. Yeah, I was gonna say there were a couple hints about that. Why had she thought that he was on scholarship when all evidence pointed to the contrary? Because he was not like the others, and he was tall, which suggests he did the basketball. Thought what? That I was big city? Then he looked up at her, and something in her expression must have given her away. Oh, he said, you thought I was a jock on scholarship. His tone was still light, but a little guarded now. His version of a just kidding. Sorry, she said, and she was. More than that, a bit devastated. Somehow Sophie had gotten it into her head that she and this guy had something in common. The optimism that had been speeding along all night crashed into a brick wall. Nothing doing, Russell said, which is entirely Texas. Okay, anyway, Russell said, his expression saying otherwise. Let me guess. Basketball. Sophie had lost the thread of conversation. What? She asked. Oh, right. I guess. As in what she assumed he was there for. Russell made a sound, kind of like a cough. Sophie snapped to, looking up at him. She expected anger or derision, but it was worse than that. He was like a Christmas tree after you unplug the lights. Aww. Sophie had joined the ranks of done dumb commenters. She had let him down. Part of her wanted to explain why she thought that and how she really hadn't, and to tell him about her big black. What? I skipped to big city. About her black best friend and growing up in Brooklyn and all her big city, urban bona fides. But bona fides, I guess. But she didn't, because somehow he had let her down too. He's disappointed in us. It's so much worse. He's all sad. And she's like, oh, I should tell you about my black friends. Oh, Sophie, no. It is that has ruined all of this. Take a deep breath. Just take a deep breath. But the story breaks and then it picks up. So I'm going to quickly just grab. I knew it was a menorah in the illustration. I was just like, is that how many candles it's supposed to be? It looks like there's 9. I don't know exactly. I could have swore. But no, I don't know shit. Okay. It picks up as, just as the evening spectacularly stalled, Lorraine arrived. With all the food stacked up in her eyes. Raven, are you okay? No, clearly not. She arrived with the food stacked up in her arms. Okay. Pie with cheese, pie a la mode, hash browns with applesauce, only instead of sour cream she brought cottage cheese. Figures, Sophie thought. The food just sat there, cooling on the table between them. Sophie was desolate, miserable, and terribly homesick all of a sudden. This had to be the worst "what the hell have you done, Sophie Roth" moment so far. There is supposed to be 9. There is supposed to be 9. See, I should know. I have made a menorah, but it's been a few years. It was a gift. And I had to drill the holes myself in this little thing. But I have completely forgotten. Here's a fellow Jewish person. Ha ha. Because she says she's not that kind of. Yeah. Again, I should know, but I don't. Well, thank you for the confirmation. I was pretty certain. The giveaway is one tall one in the middle. It's pretty clear. I'm still holding on to the "what the hell have you done" still being in an accent, even though it's what she's thinking to herself. I feel bad. You deceived us, sir. You're not Texas, and then you sound so Texas, but apparently you don't sound Texas. What the fuck? Okay, so this has been the worst one so far. She'd come here for knowledge, but Sophie felt herself growing dumber by the minute. Case in point, what had just happened? It wasn't as if she was unaccustomed to being around rich people, all kinds of rich people. Though her neighborhood had been gritty and cheap when her mother leased their rent-stabilized apartment before Sophie was born, over the years it had gentrified. When Sophie was 10, a family bought one of the nearby brownstones and gutted it before moving in. They had a daughter, a girl Sophie's age, named Ava, who quickly became one of Sophie's close friends. Over the years, Ava always offered to pay for Sophie, for her movies, for her dinners, for weekends away. At first the gestures, BFF subsides, Ava called them, BFF subsidies, Ava called them, had been sweet, but then they had stopped feeling sweet and had only made Sophie hyper-aware of what she lacked. She started declining the subsidies. Ava carried on offering. Sophie started resenting her for it. Sophomore year, they'd had a huge falling out. "I'm not a neediest cases," Sophie had screamed. The offers stopped, and the friendship died soon after. Sophie felt bad about it, but was never sure how to repair things. She wasn't sure how to repair things now either, but as the food sat there untouched, a glaring reproach she knew she had to do. I think they missed a what. She knew what she had to do, probably. Russell had already rescued the first half of the evening, not just by making her laugh and getting her away from a possible sweater orgy, but by giving her some space to be herself again. She hadn't realized how much she needed that. Of all the things and people she'd missed lately, it was odd to find herself at the top of the list. She took a deep breath and out of the silence said, "What I was going to say before was that I thought you were like me." He looked at her again, which was something, but it was clear from his foggy expression he didn't get what she meant. So Sophie told him what she hadn't told anyone else here, though she knew it was nothing to be ashamed of. It was something to be proud of. "I'm on scholarship. I guess I hoped that if you were too, it meant you might be like me." "Don't tell me to have a good posture. I'm all slouchy in the bottom of my chair. Don't make me get up." Okay, fine. So she's like, "I thought you were like me." The silence between them stretched. Sophie wasn't sure her admission had done anything to save the night, though it had righted something in her. But then Russell said, "Who says I'm not?" He slid the cheesy pie across the table toward her. She was unsure if this was a challenge or an olive branch. Either way, she picked up her fork, and though the pie looked profoundly unappetizing, the cheese had bubbled into a blister. She took a small, tentative bite. "And, period, oh, period, my, period, God, period." The sharp tang of the cheddar brought out the hint of savory in the crust and contrasted with the sweetness of the apples, and then there was the collage of consistencies. Gooey, crumbly, juicy, all of it warm. She took another forkful, larger this time. Russell watched her. He seemed amused. She took a third bite. Now he was smiling, a sort of shit-eating grin. "What?" Sophie asked. "Thinking I won that bet," Russell said. "Damn it, he's Texas. He's Texas. Raven's headcanon is, he's frickin' Texas, damn it." But I kept reading specifically so that we could have the break in the stories right there. So, where the heck did my other bookmark go? It seems to be gone. Well, damn it. I would tuck that right there. Okay. The voice works for him. Yeah, thank you. Okay. I will no longer shrimp. No more let me shrimp. I adjust. I get tall. Ooh. Oh. Did y'all hear my chest pop? My sternum went. Oh, we can breathe. Oh no. We're no longer shrimped away. We have not been shrimped. Owie. No owie. It's just like a ooh. Look at that. I will say, kind of. I'm not Grandma Ribbon. I was gonna say what it makes me think of is anybody watch Breaking Dawn? Bella's all like smushed because she's all wasted away and broken. And then the venom kicks in and all her bones mend. And there's the moment where her chest goes from to ooh, she got a chest again. Oh, look at that. It all just snapped together. What was the connection gonna be, Mask? What was it gonna be? I'm sorry to disappoint you. I'm just disappointing everybody. Russell, you. No. When my chest pops like that, I think that I'm like, oops. Shit, I'm a vampire now. Oops. Ooh, I've been healed. I got chest again. It all just clicked back. But that's not how it works. Okay, so we have a few redeems that are a little bit older. Thank you, Ryan. And thank you for these, Mick. I'm glad you have made me get put together. Hello. Sorry I did not properly. Hello. Okay, so that was posture check, and now I'm talking to my water because I'm about to hydrate. I wasn't thinking about it, and then I did it again. I could make a redeem that's talk to your water, but I don't always use one of the bottles that does that. I can't always pull this off. It's just fun. How am I doing today? I'm doing pretty good. I think I've got songs stuck in my head, and train of thought got derailed earlier, so I'm maybe not as brainable as I'd like to be. But yeah, and now I'm gonna do a more thorough stretch. You're not gonna hear my sternum crack because we already did that. But yeah, the water better not talk back. What the fuck? No. Okay. Big stretches. Brainable. I want to pop my back. I don't think I will be able to, but I'm gonna try and do some weird. Okay. Immediately shrimps back down. Oh, wait, no. Oh, no. I bent all the way to my thighs. Okay. Frogs in the brain? Oh, gosh. They've infiltrated the brain. They're going for the bread, boys. Help. Okay. A very important. Oh, yes. There are definitely frogs in the water. I want to do the flip of there's chemicals in the water making the freaking frogs gay, but does that mean that there's frogs in the water making the gays chemical? I don't know. It doesn't work. Turn into freaking streamer gay. Oh no! We were both thinking it, but I went literal, rearrange the pieces. You went attack Raven. Joke's on you, I was already gay. Okay. Okay. Where the fuck was my brain? I don't know. I told you I'm not brainable. We're headbutting the mic. We're failing to get to the part where we say it's time for triggers, and we're talking to the water. Yeah. Okay, we're gonna do scissor snips. I Otis, Ryan, and then Herbert. I guess you're leading freaking cult of Herbert. Oh god. Keys, page, typing, and we'll do another posture check before I jump in. Because that was redeemed so quickly, we're going to do that one later just to yell at Raven, hey, don't go back to shrimping just yet. We are not a cult. Never a cult. It's just a matter of time before Herbert's like, and now I have sex with all of you. Because that's what cult leaders do. And we know he's a pervert. He's Herbert the pervert. We're, follow it. Sure. Hello. Oh my gosh, my brain just broke. And it snapped back. Do I want to admit this? Do I want to? I'm not brainable. I have no wall, I must say. So, Herbert, what do you mean you need to run away? Don't run away. But, Mick, you'll miss your typing. Tell us if you have to leave, I'll refund your typing points. Or I'll save them till you get back. Like, if you expect to come back in a little while, we can do that. So, you let me know. I don't want you to miss your redeem. But I was gonna ramble real quick. How's a hi, Kate? We were talking about Herbert the pervert, and well, how do I put? I came up with his name with you guys, and I insisted upon the rhyming, Herbert the Pervert. But it came to my attention when I was watching somebody else a while ago, and I always watch on YouTube because I've never been much of Twitch until I started doing my own Twitch. Freaking heck. Um, he's like Toady. Anybody an Evantris fan? Legends of Evantris? He's freaking Toady. He's a perfect little frog. How did I not realize? It's right there. And I keep him in my home? What the fuck? What have I done? Stop staring at me with your triangle little toes. This pervert's watching me. Perverted frog. Except he's not a frog. He's wooden. He is not touched by the... He's not touched... Raven. He's not touched by the radioactive sludge water from the witch's dumping. You know, the Jack Mafrog story. He's not affected. He's a little wooden dude. He's not the same. Not like us. But now I guess he has a cult. Again, not too dissimilar from the freaking Evantris. I just need to work, but I'm still listening. Oh, okay. Go ahead and lurk away, my dude. Sounds lovely. I will get to your typing as soon as I can, because I am distractible as heck. And I've got 4 triggers before that. Herbert is somehow worse. Yeah. Wait, Mask, do you know Toady? Do you know who I speak of? You got all excited. I was gonna be talking about Breaking Bad, but do you know? Do you do what I do? 'Cause you disappointed me. You disappointed me. At least it's even now. At least it's even. Okay, with all of that, Raven, shut the hell up and grab scissor snips. It's scissor snip time. Snippy snips. Okay, we gotta copy this. Cause, oh, freaking heckin' long title. I don't want to have to deal with that again. Take me 10 minutes just to type it. Okay, it wouldn't take that long. But I'd be hyperbolic tonight. Snippity snap. Okay. Don't make me fight you, Mask. You made me interrupt my trigger to yell at you. I don't like to do that. I don't like to do that. I'm gonna snip your ears like Fi does. I'll fight and lose. Yeah, you ain't got little stabbies on your head. My antlers would fight you, even with these lights and stuff. What? No. I like my ears. But do you? No. Okay. I will not snip nobody's ears. I have stabbies. I have stabbies. I told you I have no brain. I absolutely do. Okay, well then sorry. Okay, I'm going to snip. And because I was not paying attention and I interrupted, I have no idea how much longer I should be snipping. But I will snip until my heart feels like it has been enough time. Snips. Don't make me interrupt myself. I'm easily distractible. Here we go. And the honk picked a very good time to do that, because I stabbed the mic at that point. I was like, oh, don't interrupt, Raven. You can do this. And I only kind of interrupted there. Okay, hold on while I cough, and then it's Herbert time. Yes, it was a little stabby. Just a little stabby. It was a gentle poke. The fluff around the mic is intact. Herbert! It was written and I did echolalia there. Jesus. It's bad. Okay, here we go. Ooh. Sounded like his... That's the equivalent of one of his farts almost. I ripped the little mallet out and it sounded like whoop. It was just a little stabby. Your Honor, she didn't. No, it was just a little. You can kill me. You can kill me, Mask. May I make the frog sing, or are you going to make me cough? Stop. Just wait. Okay. Okay. Here we go. And that was Herbert. He's done. He is not taking over the stream. You know what? You get to look at the wall. I'm not having you stare at me today. We're not doing it. No, pervert. Oh no, his eyes are on the sides. He can still watch me. Ah! Saw me, Raven. Brain. Bread. I do equate bread and brain. It is a concern. We should be concerned. Okay, it was singing frog, and then it's keys. Keys. I wonder who could have wanted the keys. Who could have redeemed it? Who could have cast? Oh my goodness! Hold on. I'm gonna just. All right, I'm back. Yeah, such a mystery. Oh, I'm not gonna ramble like the brain came up with. We're just gonna keys. There we go. There was keys. Alright. No, the jingles don't make my attention come back. Good luck. Yeah. Alright. We have the page flipping. Jingle Jingle gets my attention. Yeah, it works on Mask and Turtle. It's pretty straightforward. But, not me. And page flipping. Page Nightwind. You still hear Page Nightwind? No, keys? No, but they're jingles. I think that was the attempt. Hold on. Alright. We start with a little book. It's got stiffer pages. It's cardstock. He's a little, but he's stiffer. And then we'll do the big fluffy pages. Here we go. There you go, Ryan. Alright, we're not fluff. Okay. I thought we were doing rustling. Even though I looked at it, I clicked it, I typed it somewhere in my brain. I didn't get it in my head. So here we go. Flipping. There is the book. Oh, and I sound like I'm dying. I'm not. It's just the last bits of a Fraugen throat. I think I will be free soon. It's nearly done. Feels like we're gonna be free soon. Okay, here is the big book. And there is all your page flipped. We've been getting into a pattern of having the same, like, 5 redeems. So I'm glad we've got typing in here. That guy's been getting less attention. But it is giving me an idea. Okay, maybe we can pull those redeems away. Try out new ones if when I have stuffs. Because they only let you have so many of those slots. Okay, typing. We can do that. Not terribly well, but better than Mask. Ha ha ha. Is joke. Is only joke. Don't shoot. Okay. and then we're gonna rage puff, and then we're gonna run an ad and posture check before we do the next. Oh, I just saw your. What the heck? Oh, we would never get rid of. I just saw your remote. What the hell, Mask? And don't leave. No talk to. I Ingy. Aww. Really? You knew. You knew though. Oh, no, the patch. Patch. Okay. It's slightly cursed. A little bit. as I die. Hi, Pudgy. Hello. Thank you for the little dancey. Congrats on 7 months. Drop all your freaking money froze right now. Everybody drop money froze. Raven's in a mode. I don't know what to say. I'll drop some cages too. Hi. We have typing to do. And then things. My brain is getting split up. And my voice sounds like it's being fried. I promise I'm not changing my voice while I talk at this moment. It is dying so much. Ah! Okay. I'm going to cough. I sounded like an angry man. You could say have a frog in your throat. We have been. We've been saying it's like one of those extra clingy pets. It's a frog being extra clingy, going down my throat. Give me personal space, frog. Jeez. That's what we've been saying. Yeah, it'll sound like a hacker. No, it'll sound like a very angry blogger in a minute. Okay, here we go with the typings. Sorry, it's taking me forever. His name's Steven, and he identifies as a parasite. That is going in my frog's notes, just so you know. His pronouns are parasite and parasitic. Okay. Shut up, Raven, and do your tippity tapping. Alright. Pudgy, you have a very marketable idea. I think we better. No, that's kind of genius. Should we? Oh, hold on. I gotta adjust my mic. I think I fucked it up. Hold on. It made a very loud when I had to fix it there. That's why I went tiny there. Pudgy's figured it out. Yeah. So far what I do is I type into a void. It doesn't go anywhere. Sometimes something on my desktop gets highlighted, and I'm like, oh, no, 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 no. I'm not trying to rename my origami PDF there, how to make a jumping frog that someone gave me wages back. No, we're just trying to type into the void. Don't worry about it. And actually, in this one, I was typing about, I think I feel more legible. But I'll never know. I never typed these where I could read it back. Because I make so many typos. But I'm just trying to type fast. So it's like, oh well. I'll never know. Carlo stared longingly into Jeffrey's eyes, his big, golden, slow blinking eyes. A fly buzzes by, and both of their tongues snap at it at once, catching the fly at the same time. They kiss. Okay, hold on. Come here. Hey, command C. Notes app? Come here. Oh, we're putting it somewhere. Oh, we're doing something with this. Wait, what? I don't know yet. Oh, come on. It's giving me the little rainbow wheel of death. There we go. Okay, good. Now, go away, Notes app. Okay. Oh, we're doing something with that. You can bet your bottom dollar. I got very laggy there, and it was not because my frame rates dropped. It was because I pulled up Notes app, I think. Something went weird. That little rainbow wheel of death. Anyway, okay. So I have rage puffing, and I guess now we're going to do tuning forks as well before the posture check ad and jump into the rest of story. But, what am I going to do? I'm going to hydrate because I want to, not because someone told me. And again, I wasn't intending to. Every time I'm actively picking up the water, about to drink, and then a thought comes to my mind and I want to yell at you guys, but I do it half to the water, and then why do I keep yelling at the water? It is a fair deal like kalimba. It's kalimba for your tinnitus. I'm giving you your monies back. Don't do that, buddy. Don't do that. No. Save it for when you want people to read I used it with my points, except because I have all the points in the ever. Why would I waste time hitting all the buttons? I've tried to do it a couple times, and it just takes a long time to try and like click the stuffs. Like let me do it right now. Where's hydrate? I can't. It doesn't let me click it. It's in cool. Oh, it's just because it's in cooldown. That's happened before though. Wait, I was gonna. Okay. Maybe lose my dot. Oh no. Ah, hey, maybe I got a riddle. There's a hungry. This wasn't my thought. I had it, and then frigid shuckwad comes along, and right. Oh, huh? Okay, hi. You have a riddle. There's a hungry T-Rex walking in the woods. He comes upon two men sitting on a log. One is reading a book, and the other is writing in a notepad. The T-Rex ate the guy who was reading the book. Do you know why? Because Reader's Digest and Writer's Cramp. That was the most bird-like laugh I think I've ever made. I wasn't trying. Just trying to do a general sarcastic laugh. And we went for burb, I guess. That was good though, Frigid. I also like shuckwad. I like it because you're a shuckle. I see a gentleman shuckle, like I'm just a lowly country lawyer, but shuckle with a fake mustache. Raven finally answered her name. No, that would be a little bit more throaty, and there's like a Boo. Ravens got a lot more when they do their caw. I mean, they can do the people noises a little bit more, but when they are doing the caw, it's like, ew, I can't. I'm just the honest country shuck. Yes. Yes. Yes, 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 yes. Can, shuck and come back, you hear? Does that mean do or don't? I think that means do come back, but with a very aggressive tone on it for no good reason. I don't know if I should go back. It's both. It's both. Ah, it's like aloha. Shucking. I'm not brain. We're not brainable today. Yeah, I'm having a good time at least. Come back with a warrant. Ah, good. Okay. Yes, me. Tell me my rules. It reminds me that I need to do things because I'm supposed to be reading. We're supposed to do rage puffing, but I'm silly. Oh. Okay, yes, let's do rage puffing, tuning forks, posture check, ad, frickin' story. Any other redeems made from here on until the next break. They'll be done at the next break. We're just doing these because I can't stay on time. It's rage time. Oh my goodness. Oh no, it's yawning time, I guess. Okay. I'm an angry Christmas man. Look at that. Look at that. There's just so much going on in my head with the Christmas lights and the angry. Okay. Shucks of hazard. Yeah. Okay. I rage. It begins. So there we go. Good, solid dose of rage. And now we're all coming back down off of that. Whew. Oh, no. That's only one of the rage puffs. Oh, I'm very glad that Fett added that one. But specific Tazzy Rage Puff is its own thing, and it's awesome. Okay. Totem Park. Say yard boy. Come here. No. Can we type? Apparently not. That was probably the most and least understandable rage puff you had. Yeah, I was actively working on no words. No, even as much as Mask tries to keep, whatever, what's the frickin' word? Stenographer type things. This one was not gonna be. It was just a asterisk rage puffs for 1 minute straight. That's what I wanted it to be. But I did sprinkle in there after when Raven finds out that the guacamole is an extra 99 cents. I was like, 99! Dude, that's a whole $1! Except it was all muffled. So, I doubt Mask knew that. Oh, you're back! You missed it! You didn't do your unintelligible Raven noises. What's the frickin' word? Transcribing. There you go. Raven got there. Oh, I'm so sorry, Mask. You're pulling a lahonk. I knew that there's captioning. You call it captioning. Yes. Some would call it transcribing. You become the honk. I know. You're you're so adamant that there's no loves, but then you do that, and this is why I say he doth protest too much. Mask and a stank. I don't want to be the honk. It's gotten to the point, even when I'm saying la honk, I'm really thinking it's la honk. Like I'm spelling it in my head differently every time. They do say a couple starts to resemble each other. They do. Actually, they say that anybody that spends enough time together, which is also how people look like their animals somehow. It's like, what the fuck? Okay. But, and families. But there's also, the genetics in families. But then when you move away from your family, you look less like them. It's like, what? You're supposed to destroy the honk side, not join them. I am destroying them from the inside. Pun fully intended. Eyebrow bounce. You can't really see it very well, but I am. I'm going to bother you forever. But for right now, we'll take a break and just do what I'm supposed to do as I bonk my own head. Ooh! I bonked my head for that. I did not use a mallet. Ow. I'll stop bonking myself. I'm not brainable today at all. But now I've mentioned that Evantris, and I watched their stream the other day, and apparently they watch VTubers. They do! And they've rated VTubers, and I'm like, I have a goal. Oh my gosh. I've only ever watched them on YouTube, but now I have to follow them on Twitch so that they maybe one day do. It's a dream. It's officially a dream now. It'll never happen. I wish. Okay. I'm gonna do my tune and fork and try and have a brain at least a little bit. I will never. It's bread. It's bread. Okay, here we go. Oh. I'm sorry that the sound is so clean. It was so good. I ruined it. Oh my gosh. Raven's in a mood. Okay. Oh. That was supposed to make it go more. How did that fully kill that? I don't know how that... Wow. Okay, magic spot. Ravens in 5 different directions, and none of them are on track. Okay, but that was tuning fork. I think that was about a minute. Oops. Okay. Posture check. I did end up just getting a little bit worse there. I was mostly good, I promise. Mostly good. Okay. Blanc. I'm going to run an ad and get the story back up. I'm going to be jumping back into Russell and Sophie. They're eating their pie. You probably managed to hit just in time with the resonance vibrating killing it. Well, yeah, I understand, but I didn't know that particular spot was going to be the spot to do it. I was like, oh, okay. Well, look at that. Isn't it so funny how the resonance can have it? Have you ever had something where it's doing its vibrations, doing its sound, and it has its empathetic resonance with something? It's when that vibration that a thing is making makes another thing make a sound, even though they're like not that close. They're not doing this stuff. That's how you break a glass, by the way, with your singing, is because it's just, you just hit the right frequency. It's not about being so loud or, oh, it's so high. It's about being the right thing for the right thing. Shut up, you little shit mess. But if you can do that, and I have set off a fire alarm. It was just while playing a note, but then it would shut up. It is so fun. Oh, shut up! It's not LSD. It's band camp. It feels similar, from what I understand. Okay. I'm running it. And damn it. Or did I already do that? No, I did not. We have 8 minutes left. Here's your freaking ad. Bam. Smack. It's taking forever to go. There. Okay, book. Get over here. Pudgy showing up when LSD is mentioned makes me mildly concerned. But you know what? I'll leave them be. Oh, wait. No, they're asking Gimme. I'll be back to concerned. Pudgy? What the hell? Oh, well, that's not what I wanted. Carlos. Well, I lost my title. I'm gonna have to type it all out again. Jeez. This is what I was trying to avoid. Okay. What the hell have you done, Sophie Roth? Me. But then you gotta know where to do. What the hell? Oh, we did. And now we gotta do. Pudgy equals free type redeem. Yeah, basically. I can taste time. Ooh, okay. Ooh, you guys are a mess. Oh, you're a mess. Did I that whole time not include? Oh no, I did. I'm pretty sure I did. I'm pretty sure I had that freaking. I'm pretty sure I had the author name at the bottom last time. But I don't know. I was not certain. I will check in the VOD, I guess. I literally just got here and get out of an ad. What have you done to me? Ah! I'm so sorry. Look, it's all fun and games till you're taking free LSD from a lady into the men's restroom of a Fleetwood Mac concert. Yeah. Was it fun and games in the men's restroom of a Fleetwood Mac concert? Until then, was it? Pudgy. Pudgy. Thank you, Turd. Thank you for confirming for me. Okay, with that, hats are done. No. Okay, everybody hug Pudgy, please. Today, a young man on acid realized that all matter is merely energy condensed to a slow vibration, that we are all one consciousness experiencing itself subjectively. There is no such thing as death. Life is only a dream, and we are the imagination of ourselves. Here's Tom with the weather. Is this all quotes from someone on the news? With that, like I said, hugs to Pudgy, please. If we could drop any hug emotes if you have. I still need to work on that hug emote. I'm sorry, Pudgy. I need to make. I won't make. I need to make Fet make. But, yeah. Do you has hug emotes? I'm looking at who can I steal? Who do I has for emotes right now? Do you have a huggies? Do you have a no? I don't see any hug. I'm sorry. The only reason I remember is because I chuckled at the name Gayle for man. No! No! It hurt. Not now. Not with me not braidable. What have you done? What have you done? Yeah, there's our hug. Oh. Gay L for man. As in Gayle Forman's name right there. Turt saw it and said, Gay L for men. Except in this, you could read it like Lahong. Gay La for man. Gay La for man. Okay, Raven. Are we gonna read? Maybe. No, I know I just said it. Oh, I get it. Lies. I am gay for men. See? You still don't get it? Frigid. Is gay. There's the joke. That's it. Gay. Wow. Gay for men? Wow. Okay. I'm finally going to read, I think. So they were eating their pie. One with ice cream, one with cheese. They demolished the pie and most of the hash browns. You may be gay, but are you queer? No one's gay for Mo, Shuckle. No one's gay for Mo, man. My model does not properly show me screaming up at the sky, but I promise you I'm screaming at the sky. Okay. We can do this, Raven. We can probably. We can, maybe. They demolished the frickin' pie and most of the hash browns. They weren't too bad with the cottage cheese after all. Pretty soon, all that was left was a sad lump of ice cream. They ignored the ice cream. Don't fuckle with Shuckle, so no. I'm never gonna finish this. Why do you have to call me old? Rude. Oof. Not inaccurate. Or it doesn't feel inaccurate. You are lost. Ooh, yeah. Snaps. Except I'm holding a book, so my hands are busy. Snaps at that, Frigid. Hell yeah. Oh, wait. Can I focus? Thank God they had cottage cheese. Yeah, I guess so. When the check came, Sophie reached for her bag. Russell shook his head. Oh gosh, we're getting into the money things again immediately. I was planning on paying when I thought you were rich, so wouldn't it be patronizing to let you split it now? Sophie laughed at that. Wait, you thought I was rich? Russell quirked an eyebrow and attempted to look bashful. You thought you were rich. 'Cause you guys were big city, I guess. So, does that make us even? She asked. Not really keeping score, Russell said, but it does make things interesting. He laid a pair of 20s on the table. Thank you, Sophie said, for everything, but especially for the latkes. Those will probably be my only ones this year. Why is that? Tonight is the last night of Hanukkah. The latka window is closing. Aren't you going home for the holidays? I'll be home for Christmas and New Year's, but no, not Hanukkah this year. Why not? You're stepping on out. You're leaving us? What do you mean you're leaving? You're not allowed to leave. What the hell are you doing, Turtle? What do you mean you're leaving? Didn't you hear? This is Herbert the pervert's cult. No one's allowed to leave. No, but okay. Goodbye. Good night. Eat well. Or whatever you're doing. Go have fun. I don't know. Fuckle with shuckle, I guess. I don't know. Why not? Sophie paused, wondering which way to answer that. $267, she said finally. She told him that this was how much the price of tickets dropped if she left next week. Sophie had fought with her mother about this, which was unusual. She was accustomed to frugality. It had always been that way, a matter of necessity with just the two of them and her mother's slender income. I must have summoned the apothecary. I must leave. No! Okay, well, fine. Tell Vi hi. I guess. Stealing my turd. Only person whose stream we get to talk about in my stream. Because we always want to support Vi. Okay. Frickin' where was I? Slender income, that's it. But also because any surplus had gone to Sophie's college fund. Then, last winter, right as Sophie was filling out her applications, Luba had a stroke. This was our Bubba. Hey, make me mod and I might not leave as much. Joke. She lingered in a sort of twilight, and neither Sophie nor her mother could bear to put her in one of those public nursing homes. They were so Soviet. When she died, 5 months later, Sophie's college savings was history. NYU had said yes, but Sophie's dream school was suddenly exorbitant, even with a financial aid package. Then U of B, as in Bumfuckville, came along with its generous offer. Wild West duel. 10 paces. Who, me and Vi? I'm not shooting Vi. Shoots her in the knee. No. I would never. I'm not fighting about this. Just go say hi to Vi, Turk. Give her our love. And steal some people for us, maybe a little bit. She gets a lot. We have 16 viewers right now. Please. 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 I am very much joking. Enjoy. Then U of B had come around. If Turt beats me, they can have my sword. Oh. I don't know. Do I want to lose the screaming, typo-filled, definitely in love with Lahonk mod that I have? I don't know. Pudgy says Gib. Oh, well, if Pudgy says Gib mask, you do have to give the sword to Pudgy. It's a required. Oh, hey! There we go. We got peoples. I was just saying we need peoples, and here we are. Hello, my ghost psycho. We're gonna pick up on. Actually, that was the end of a sentence and paragraph. Look at us. Who'da thunk? That'll work as a bookmark, I guess. Hi, welcome in. I'm not very much with brain right now. Hello. Welcome in. We are reading from my book full of short stories for the holidays my true love gave to me. It's 12 short stories about the holidays. But it's also kind of a little bit of a kissy book. Ew, but it's fun. I very much have bread for a brain right now, which is to say it's meant that I have brain fog or I'm very distractible. Basically, it's just you can't expect me to have my brain function like a normal person right now. Just don't even try. And I'm probably not going to be able to stay on track for whatever reason. Oops. And yeah, I guess I talk to my water more. Ugh, did I tell you my 12 Days of Twitchmas song? No! Tell me more. When does Twitchmas begin? Am I late? Am I early? I don't know. I don't know nothing. But welcome. I hope, Michael, I had a few days of that myself. Yeah. For me, it's just, sometimes it hits in the middle of the stream. I've been cooperative, useful, productive, and then, no. Just bounce back a bit tonight. Well, I'm very glad that you got your brain back a little bit tonight. I'm very glad. Fun thing about my bread brain is that I guess it's at least entertaining. And that's, I guess, what I'm here for. So, I might as well be streaming when it's hitting. Or it's sometimes entertaining. I don't know. Someone else decide if that is. I don't get to decide. But welcome in. I've been meaning to say it this whole time, but proof of bread brain. I can't seem to get it out. If you need to leave, make sure to breath. Yes, I do need to breath. Even while I try. I want to say the thing. If you need to leave, go take care of yourself. Get food. Get hydrated. Get rest. Whatever. Thank you for bringing people in. I'm moving my mic, sorry. But look after yourself. Go if need be. Or lurk. Don't have to talk. Don't feel any pressure. But welcome in. Thank you. Yes. Okay, now can I breathe? First deep breath I try to take is a yawn. Yeah, proof I'm not breathing. Ugh. Good reminder, Maiko. And it unintentionally was also a posture check. My brain was like, okay, let's check in on our self-info. Yeah. If you need to leave, make sure to breathe. Yay! Except you spelt breath, and I'm gonna bug you about it. Appreciate it. Looking forward to a relaxing lurking. This is a great place to settle for the night. Oh, thank you. I am glad you enjoy. Okay, so summary of stories so far. We are a Juris girl from Brooklyn who is now at University of Bumfuckville, which is to say we're in the Midwest or prairies or whatever. They don't see a lot of Jewish people. And they haven't got a lot of black people at the university either. This is relevant in a minute, I promise. It's a bunch of Kyles and Connors and Caitlins, two N's. And they put cheese on everything. And they don't understand sarcasm. So yeah. But then, while we're staying at the university, last night of Hanukkah, we're going to go back home the next week because that's when flights are cheaper. And it's the winter break. We run into this dude at a caroling thing where everybody's wearing obnoxious Christmas sweaters. And he's doing a bit. We're doing a bit about Christmas sweaters, and it's cute. And it's about Christmas sweater orgies. And we make some guesses about him. We think we might know him from someone that we bumped into. We're not sure, like a group gathering. We think that he is a scholarship kid like us. And they are obsessed with basketball here. Maybe he's just basketball because he is like a real tall dude. And he takes us to a diner. And at the diner, we're still vibing on, people here calling us big city as if it means something. And it's just their way of saying different. And then he's not on scholarship and he doesn't do basketball. He's rich. Oh, we've made an assumption that sounds bad. But then he apparently made the assumption that we, the Jewish girl, was rich too. So it's kind of like, well, you made an assumption and you, are we even? And he showed us that apparently cheese on an apple pie is actually good. We agreed in the end when we tasted it, unfortunately. And now we are thinking back and we're talking about why we're not headed home earlier and all that. Hi, Wally, and I guess off to bed. Good night. Oh, before, I gotta scroll back up. 12 days of Twitchmas. On the 12th day of Twitchmas, my wife who came to me. Oof. 12 birds of awkward. 11 pudges tripping. 10 shuckles shucking. Oh, they're getting G. Okay. 9 frogs a pouting. 8 mask a lying. I would have said scrumting. 7 cages eating shit. What? 6 fridges crying, 5 jars correcting, 4 lahonks is stabbing, 3 Visa whispering, 2 ravens reading, and a turd boy in a pear tree. Why is Turd in the pear tree? Because he's a turtle and he can't get out? He's stuck. Ooh, that was a simping. Oh, who's a simping? Who's simping? I don't even see it. And maybe I missed where we're supposed to go. 12 days of transfer. My wife will give to me 12 birds of awkward. 11 pudgies tripping. No, 10 chuckle show you. 9 for mask. Simping. Oh no, wait, you're not 5. Wait. I see. I twipped. No, Pudgy. You wanted the LSD and you got it. That's what that is, I guess. I doth only simpeth for thine mother. You're using thine now. I guess that's closer. But we all know you be the simpeth for Lahonk. Thine Francois Goose. Okay. I'm gonna read now. Boust, mother. No! Incorrect! Okay. So we've had our little chat and we're talking about, well, we would go back, but only $267. That's how much the tickets dropped if we waited a week. That's why we are missing Hanukkah with the family. Tonight is the last night. And I guess either we're thinking this or maybe we've told him this, Russell, our buddy here. But yeah, the reason we didn't go is because originally, actually, yeah, there you go. He twipped. I doth not simpeth for thee, goose. That kind of thee is you, goose. It's like you're yelling at Lahonk, I doth not simpeth for thee, goose. Which sounds exactly like you were protesting too much. And he's like, oh, you do. Freaking heck. Okay, focus, Raven. The point is that they'd been saving up, but, like for school and the such. But then Grandma had a stroke and they would have put her in the home, but it felt so Soviet. And we were referencing earlier that that was very not a good time for Grandma Luba. So no, did not send her there. And that meant monies. NYU had said yes, and my voice sounds crazy now. I'm gonna cough in a minute, but it was suddenly very exorbitant. Then U of B, aka University of Bumfuckville, came along with a very generous offer, and that's why we went there. And now Raven mute for a big old cough. I return. Sophie's mom hadn't been able to fly her home for Thanksgiving, and now this latest postponement. These were the first holidays with Luba gone. Oh gosh, you really need to be home for that, honey. Aww. Sophie wondered if that wasn't the real reason for the delay. Maybe her mom wanted to skip the holidays this year. Oh, maybe Sophie did too. Oh. Thinking about all this, okay, so she didn't say it. Thinking about all this, Sophie started to cry. Oh, for Christ's sake. This most certainly qualified as a what the hell have you done, Sophie Roth moment. You okay? Russell asked. Holiday stuff, Sophie said, wiping her nose. I don't even know why I'm crying. Hanukkah's lame. Who cares if I miss it? Russell was looking at her, curiously, softly, knowingly. Who says you're missing it? And then the story breaks, and it picks up with, since they started this Hanukkah thing, Sophie and Russell decided to see it through by lighting the menorah she had buried somewhere in her closet. It was Luba's. The last time they'd used it was a year ago, just before the stroke. Hanukkah had come crazy early, colliding with Thanksgiving, so they'd had a huge feast. Turkey and brisket and latkes and potatoes and donuts and pie for dessert. But Sophie could only allow herself to think about that for a second. Summoning those memories was like touching a burning pot. She could only do it briefly before she had to pull away. Too sad. Oh no! Well, there goes that bookmark. Okay. I love a forbidden love. I know, right? Lahonk. Why you bonk him? Not even here. As they drove back to campus, Sophie realized that though she had a menorah, she didn't have candles. They drove to the grocery store on the outskirts of town. It was empty, the aisles small, the floors dingy and scuffed. Russell pushed Sophie around in a rickety cart as the tired stock boys watched them warily. Sophie whooped with laughter. Grocery cart derby. Who knew that would make such an excellent dating activity? And by now, she was pretty sure this was a date. I mean, it was rocky there for a minute when things got cold, but I think, yeah, at this point it's pretty much a date. Well, it is as soon as you say it is, really. But anyway, the candle selection was unsurprisingly pathetic. A whole shelf of plugins, an odd assortment of birthday numbers, 4 and 7 were disproportionately represented, and some glass emergency candles meant for blackouts and other catastrophes. Nothing that would remotely fit a menorah. Russell had his phone out, searching for stores that would be open this late, but Sophie was already reaching for the emergency candles. This holiday is about being adaptable, she said. My people are notoriously scrappy. Heckin' yeah. There's the honk. Was summoned by being bonked. And in their mating ritual has bonked back. I can see that, Russell said. So how many we need? 9, said Sophie. It is a mating ritual. We mating? LaHonk said, are we? We can. Mask said, don't say that. LaHonk's sus of Mask yelling is what I choose to interpret that. Oop, BRB has to go apologize to LaHonk quietly because LaHonk is offended that he won't express their love publicly. Okay, I'll stop. I promise. But I do have to cough real quick. Death. Okay, I promise I stop. I go back to reading. Okay. 9, said Sophie. 8 for the 8 nights of Hanukkah, plus an extra lighter candle. If we're being official about it. Yes, we are. There were 9 emergency candles on the shelf. Wow, said Sophie. That's almost like the actual Hanukkah miracle. She explained the origins of the holiday. Hey, he already dated a Jewish girl. He know. Or he should. The oil in the menorah that should have lasted a single night lasting 8. It's really only a minor miracle, she added. Russell looked at her and cocked his head. Not sure there is such a thing as a minor miracle. And then the story breaks, and then it picks up. They drove from the store back to campus. Let It Bleed was still playing, and they put You Can't Always Get What You Want on again. This time Sophie sang along, quietly at first, then belting the words. If she was off key, she didn't care. Oh, she's nice if she trusts him, and he, I assume, doesn't say anything, because then the story breaks and gets back on campus. After Russell parked his car, they walked through the quad toward Sophie's dorm. It was all empty now, no sign of the reindeer orgy they'd escaped. That all felt like a million years ago. Why'd you talk to me earlier? Sophie asked. Was it really because of Ned Flanders? Partly, Russell said, stretching the word out in a way that made Sophie want to scratch it. What's the other part? You don't remember me then? Remember him? She would if there was a reason to. She did start when she saw him. She was like, yeah, I kind of think I know him. Maybe it was from that scholarship meeting thing. but I guess it's from whatever this is. She was sure of it, if that she would remember if there was reason to, except he was looking at her like they had a history. Poetry survey. Sophie had only been in that class for a week. She'd hated it so much. It wasn't even taught by a professor, but a TA with a nasal twang who had insisted on a very specific interpretations of the poems. She and Sophie had gotten into it about the Yeats poem, When You Are Old. It was yet another, what the hell have you done, Sophie Roth? Moment. A big one. One that made her question coming here. Well, it sounds like he liked that moment because he remembers you from that time. I regretted not going to bat for you when you had your disagreement. Disagreement. More like a war of words. She and the TA had debated about one line from the poem. How many loved your moments of glad grace? And Sophie had found herself on the verge of tears. She'd had to leave the hall before the period ended. She dropped the class the next day. If it makes you feel better, after that, a bunch of us started challenging her, Russell said. Poetry isn't math, was our battle cry. It was what Sophie had said to the TA. A sort of retroactive relief, or maybe vindication, crept over her. She'd had defenders in that class, wingmen, even if she hadn't noticed them. Hadn't noticed him. The truth was, she didn't notice a lot of things at school. She kept her head down, wore blinders. It was a survival tactic. Only now did she wonder if it was a stupid survival tactic, like wearing a life jacket made of lead. That would be unhelpful. I asked about you after the class. Got some intel about you being big city and all, he said with a teasing smile. But I never spotted you for more than a blur. Until tonight. ... I was debating saying something. You were looking pretty fierce, not fit for company. He grinned again, but it was different. Less oozy, more shy, and about 1,000 times sexier. Ooh! But then you mentioned Ned Flanders, and I had to say something. What? Is Ned like your spirit guide? He laughed, that big, open-chested laugh. We lived all over, sometimes moving every year. All the places I lived, The Simpsons was like this one constant. They had it everywhere. Sometimes it'd be English, sometimes dubbed. Didn't matter. It was my comfort food. And this is why I like animated shows. Suck on it. Okay, sorry. I had a disagreement with somebody about that. They don't like animated shows. And I'm like, this is boring. Okay, anyway, moving on. You make it sound sad, Sophie said. Living all those places. It sounds pretty great to me. Things are not always how they seem. The look they exchanged was like a roadmap of the history they'd already traversed tonight. So, what was it really like? Sophie asked. Ever see that movie Lost in Translation? Oh, I should be making him Southern again because we had decided that we would do that. Ever see that movie Lost in Translation? Sophie nodded. She loved that film. Like that over and over, but times 1,000 because I'm black in places where they just don't get black. In Korea, they called me Obama. He sighed. Before Obama's presidency, I was Michael Jordan. Is that why you came to school here? Sophie asked. Because you knew what to expect? Russell looked at her a while before answering. Yeah, some of that. Also to piss off my parents. Hoo-hoo. They thought I was crazy for coming here, but I thought I was making a grand statement. Like, hey, this is how it's always been for me, so I'm just going to go back for more. He laughed, a little sadder this time. Only problem is they never got that, and even if they did, being here isn't really punishing them, beyond the expensive tuition. He threw up his hands. Well, at least they've got a good journalism program. And an excellent liberal arts curriculum, Sophie added. And beautiful big city girls who talk to themselves about Ned Flanders. Ooh, he calls us beautiful. Right, I read about them in the catalog, Sophie said, a little flustered by the beautiful comment. Also by the fact that they'd reached her dorm. This is me. Russell took her hand. It was warm. Ready to get your Hanukkah on? Oakley dokley, Sophie said. It's the Ned Flanders reference for me. We're liking it. Okay. The suite was empty. Caitlin, Madison, and Cheryl had already left for the holidays, though they'd littered the suite with holiday cheer. Being in here alone with Russell, Sophie was suddenly knee-shakingly nervous, so she started talking in the same rapid-fire bap 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 as Madison's blinking lights. And here's our fake tree threaded with the traditional offerings of popcorn and candy canes, and you'll notice the tinsel everywhere. Not sure what that symbolizes, and that Santa balloon is made out of vintage mylar, and if you breathe deep, you'll catch a whiff of pine-scented potpourri. Welcome to the land where Christmas threw up. She was trying to carry on the joke of the Rudolph sweaters, but maybe it was a testament to how far they'd come tonight that the joke fell flat. "Show me where you live," Russell said softly. Ooh. Sophie's quarter of the suite was like that thing on Sesame Street. One of these things is not like the other. No posters or corkboards with friendship collages. On her bookshelf, she had a framed shot of Zora, that's her friend from Brooklyn, an old shot of Luba, Miss Grandma, looking glamorous and kind of mean, and a picture of her and her mother on a gondola in Venice. Ooh, they went to Italy. They had the same gondolier a bunch of times, and he'd taken to calling her Sophia, crooning a song in Italian to her. Russell was looking at the picture. "That was when my mom was in the Venice Biennale, a really big art show," Sophie explained. Growing up, there'd been so many times she'd wished her mom could be a lawyer or a banker or a producer, the kinds of jobs some of her friends' parents had. But when her mother had been invited to show at the prestigious Biennale, I don't actually know, so I don't know if I'm pronouncing right, and Luba had sold a ring so Sophie could accompany her, she'd been so proud of her mother, the artist. Glad that she'd stuck to her guns. It didn't hurt that the trip had been magical. The gondola rides, the tiny zigzag of canals and alleys, the packed art galleries, and more than any of that, the feeling of some kind of portal of possibility opening. She hadn't felt that way in a long time. She was feeling that way tonight. "What kind of art does your mom make?" Russell asked. "Sculptures, though not the traditional kind with clay or marble. She works in abstract forms." She reached to her top shelf and pulled down a small cube, all tangled wires and glass fragments. "Most of her work is on a much larger scale," Sophie explained, "like one piece could fill this room. Alas, my roommate Cheryl said she needed a bed, so we couldn't keep one here." For a second, she imagined Cheryl's horrified expression if she had bought one of her mother's larger, stranger installations. But then she remembered that Cheryl had seemed to admire her mom's smaller piece. She'd held it a long time the first time she'd seen it, much as Russell was doing now. "Your mom makes sculptures," she said. "My mom organizes bake sales." Sophie had taken it as a veiled big city comment, yet another sign of her otherness, but only now did she wonder if perhaps she hadn't missed Cheryl's droll brand of sarcasm. "Yeah, I think that one was, my mom's nothing. My mom's boring." So, you never know, Sophie. Okay. Russell turned the piece in his hand, seeing how the light played into the angles. "My grandmother used to make these things. Not sure if you'd call them sculptures or what. Sculptures? Or what? Out of wood and seagrass. On St. Vincent. Ever heard of it?" "It's an island in the Caribbean, right?" Sophie said. "Yeah, it's where my mom's from. She came to the States for college, met my dad, and never went back. I used to go spend summers on the island with my grandmother in this little house painted in island colors, my grandma said, and there was always cousins running around, chickens and goats too." Russell was smiling at the memory. Sophie smiled along with him. "Then my father started sending me to camp during the summers. Tennis camp, sailing camp, golf camp. Blech. We only go to St. Vincent for vacation now, every year for Christmas. Last few years we've stayed at a fancy resort, like tourists. And people treat us different. Like tourists. Even my own people." He set down the sculpture, his expression wistful and yearning, except for my grandmother. Sophie closed her eyes. She could picture his grandmother, a beautiful lined face, hands tough with years of solid work, a stern manner that masked a deep, ferocious love. After a bit, the image of his grandmother merged with Luba, who she pictured last year, broom in hand, swatting the smoke alarm after it went haywire from all the latke frying. Instead of pushing the memory away, she let it wash over. She was surprised to find that it didn't burn. She could hold on to it. Then she opened her eyes. "Is your grandmother still alive?" she asked. "Yeah," Russell smiled. "Are you going to see her?" It suddenly felt very important to her that he was. "Flying down Sunday," he said, "looking forward to it." He paused. "And dreading it, you know, holiday stuff." "It'll be okay," she told him, but the words ricocheted back to her. "It'll be okay." That's what people had been telling Sophie for a while now, after Luba died. It would be okay. Time heals. After she started college, it would be okay. Leaving home is an adjustment. Sophie hadn't believed it. You can't undo loss. You can't unmake a mistake. But now she was wondering if a garden of memories might not grow over the whole of losing Luba, and if college wasn't a little like that first swim every summer. No matter how much Sophie looked forward to it, she still had to get used to the chilly water. Maybe anywhere Sophie had gone this year would have felt like a bumfuckville. Because this bumfuckville had diners dropped from Oz. It had wingmen who had her back in poetry class. It had people like Cheryl, who, come to think of it, was pretty big cityly sarcastic herself. And it had guys like Russell. What if the mistake wasn't coming here, but being blind to any of that? "What the hell have you done, Sophie Roth?" she thought to herself for the umpteenth time, but it felt different now. If she'd made a mistake, there was time to fix it, and more than that, she was looking forward to fixing it. They unplugged the Christmas lights and laid the candles out in a vaguely menorah-like shape on the ground. Sophie found Luva's menorah and put it out too. They lit the candles. There was a darkness now, a warm glow of light. "Normally you'd say a prayer in Hebrew," Sophie said, "but I kind of think we're doing our own thing, right? So I'm going to offer my thanks to that dumb caroling concert tonight." "Okay then," Russell said. "I offer mine to reindeer sweaters." Sophie chuckled. "To cars with butt warmers. And butts in butt warmers." "To hash browns," Sophie said. "Don't forget pie. Pie with cheese." Russell pulled Sophie into his lap. He was tall, and she could sit in the fold of his legs, her own legs crossed under her. "Oh, to perfect fits," Russell murmured. "Ah!" "To imperfect fits," Sophie said. "Where is your red nose? I do not have a red rose." "Red rose? I don't have that either. I do not have a red nose because I am not sick or sneezy or blushing. My nose is rest of my face colored." "Shut up. I'm not Rudolph. I'm not a reindeer. I'm a deer lady." Okay. "And imperfect fits." "Don't fight me. We're getting to the good part of this story right before it ends. You're ruining it, Long. You're ruining everything. You're ruining my kizzy book." Okay. No, but that's a very cute little guy. "Oh, is this a flower? Is that my red rose? Aw, that's not a rose, but it's cute. Thank you. I offer in returneth blue. Blue flower, red thorns. Blue flower, red thorns." Can you tell I'm not braining tonight? Oh, there's a flower. Freaking flowers. Noodle. Okay. Can I focus? The frickin' point. Russell had pulled Sophie into his lap, and they fit like frickin' nesting dolls and being adorable. And he says, "To perfect fits," well, he murmurs that, "and to imperfect fits," Sophie said. Then Sophie reached up to touch Russell's lips, and he grasped her fingers, kissing them one by one, thumb, index, middle, ring, pinky, and back again. Oh, is it? That is a red rose. Thank you very much, Lahonk. Sorry, I was reading. Jeez, you're so rude. Don't do the violence. Don't do the sad. Is that sad? Oh yeah, it's just a sad. Her ear kind of looked like she was holding up a knife. Okay, to Ned Flanders, Russell said. Oh yes, 1,000 times to Ned Flanders. We should devote the holiday to him. If he knew that Hanukkah was devoted to him, he might have an aneurysm. He might. Because he's a very Christian little sir. Russell lifted up her hair and kissed her on the bony ridge of her neck. Ooh. That's called a collarbone, ma'am. Russell lifted up her hair. She shivered. To the Rolling Stones, he murmured. At that moment, not even Mick Jagger could have sounded sexier. And not always getting what you want, Sophie said. But sometimes getting what you need, Russell said. She kissed his lips then. They tasted of apples and cheese. Of the revelation of things you never imagined going so well together. She tasted melted ice cream, too. Melting defenses. Herself melting into Russell. She kissed him, not knowing if the kiss would go on for a minute, an hour, the whole night. She kissed him, not knowing what would happen next semester, next year. But at the moment, none of that seemed to matter. The kiss was what mattered. Not just the kiss, but what the kiss said. What it unlocked. What the night unlocked. What they had unlocked. Tomorrow would be different. Sophie understood this. There really was no such thing as a minor miracle. The end. Good morning, Dumda. Hello, little geckos dancing. Doodle, 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 little geckos dancing. Ravens bouncing around. Oh my gosh. My brain is not brain, it is bread, but it's like musical bread. I don't know what that is. You tell me. I like that. Is that a black dahlia? Is that Gloomy's? Is Gloomy's a black dahlia? And also, Lahonk, why the heck are you flipping us off? That's so rude. And thank you, Pudgy, for hitting us back with the... Oh, someone likes the dancing geckos. Who doesn't like the dancing geckos? I'll fight them. Don't die. Hi, Andy. Do you like the dancing geckos? I especially like that there's like one and then the other, because I've seen them each separate, spotted and not spotted. And then they've got like a duo. It's cute. It's sweet that they dance together. It's nice. Okay. That was What the Hell Have You Done, Sophie Roth? And now it's another trigger break, I guess. No dancing and absolutely no giggles. Then you better get out, because that's almost exclusively what I'd be feeling tonight. Also, I like to let you know for my recap, you're apparently my most viewed channel. I'm honored. Thank you. That's so sweet. I'm pretty sure you were on my top fans. I'm pretty sure I got to see it. You see my blue sky? You mean... Dance. Yes. What? Oh, I can't find my stuff. Yay, there they are. Solo. Other solo. And then they're together. Yeah, I see you. I already called everybody out here. But it's fun not to see all your photos, because sometimes I don't see them, you know? It's good to see. Turt, are you still with us? No, you're with Vi. Turt's photo is fun. It's not just a turtle. It's like a turtle skydiving. It's a hell of a... It's like... Because it looks like you're falling, this little turtle. It's cute. Gotta get that list. You better not! I'm gonna have to fight Pudgy. This feels wrong. It feels illegal. I feel bad. But I will fight you, Pudgy. You leave that rock on the ground. You put that rock down. Don't you dare. I'm not having it. I'm not having it. Yeah. Yeah. You better be shocked. You don't hurt those freaking geckos. With that, I love to thank to they're my top 3. uh, mm, mm. Let me just click them back. Still love that we were at 69 clips for that roundup just to have the noise. It was very nice. I appreciate it. Okay, I'm gonna put that away. While I'm over here, I'm getting distracted a bunch. Like, a lot. Like, too much. And what's wrong? Was something wrong? No. Just the rock. My freaking rock. What's the little pink puffs? Oh, you gonna fight? Oh, you gonna fight? You gonna lose. You seem a bit... I'm a distracted. What's that button? Oh, yeah. No. I said no. Rock? Pudgy was threatening the geckos with the rock. Okay, now that's away. It's redeem time. Triggers time. Froggy? I'm a bit froggy, maybe. I see no redeems made. So I'm kind of giving time. But that is what I'm expecting here in a minute. Oh, there's Kalimba time. As I yawn. Yes, we will done the stuff. Copy. Kalimba. Bam. I don't know. Okay. Page. Card. Tap. Yes. Yes. But first, Kalimba. Oh, bottle. Yes. Oh, glad. Okay. And this is the very important kalimba that I have not practiced at all. The holiday kalimba. Very important. Oh, the kitty. Oh, wow. We've got a bunch now. Okay. We're going to jump straight in to the kalimba times. If I can get myself sorted. Alright. This will go terribly. But we're gonna go again. Ooh, yep, we always get stumbled. I feel like we're missing a note there. Dun 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 dun. Right? Not. It feels like we're missing a note in there. I don't know. Oh, I skipped it. No, I got it. Oh my goodness. We're gonna go from the top so that I don't lose my mind. Yeah, just hit anything. That'll work, Raven. Jesus! Clumsy little thumb. Oh, 'cause it's this one. Or no? Well, I did what I could. Sleep is hitting you. Good, 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 good. Go eat, divide, eat well, take care. We will see you when we see you. Shut up, stream element / me. Let them go bed. I'm gonna do all my stretch, posture, hydrate, and then another song. Not Jingle Bells, which I'm getting better at, but still not very good. Okay. Oh, I cracked my back a little bit there. That was good. Oh! Sleep is hitting you. You just woke up. No! Get out of there, sleep. It's not helpful when you go to a sleep aid type stream when you're trying to wake up, I bet. It's not very good. That's not useful. Okay. One more song. I was about to do the lullaby, but I think that will only hurt you. So how about this one? That feels wrong. Oh, right. Oh, that's double. That's what. Oh, Raven is having a time. Hi, Gencage. You are still here. Hi, hi, hi. And yes, it's not smart, but still, well, thank you very much. It's all good. I'm trying to be discordant on purpose. Yes, I'm not failing accidentally. I'm intentionally doing it bad. Yeah. Okay, we're trying one more time. Look at that, I nailed it. No, I didn't nail it, but I did it a lot better. There you go. We all know you're secretly pro at this. If you count being paid the little bit that I do for the ads that you guys have to see when you watch this, yeah, I am a pro. I am professional. I am being paid at this moment. But like half a penny, like a quarter of a penny, very little. Be real. And I'm happy to get it. Dong, that's the 1 penny. Okay, I hope that you have a good day and you are not sleepy now. Page ruffling, glass jar, page flipping, card dealing. Where do we want to start while I'm thumbing it. It's just, you know, the pads of my fingers hitting it and bouncing off. Ends up sounding a little different than the like nail thumb. Okay, whatever. This is the distractible raven. It is. Hey, it's not about your big babe. It's your pro beer. Yeah, yeah. Okay. Yeah, page ruffling, and then page flipping, and then we'll tap the jar, and then maybe we'll tap the Horbert, and da 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 da. But we're gonna start with the freaking page flipping. Ruffling. That's what I meant. Not Pagger. Page. Jeez. Yeah. I was like, no, I should change it. And I'm like, actually, it'll be fine. We're gonna do the books, and then we're gonna do the cards and dice. No, wait, there's no dice yet, is there? What am I doing? Consider your cage ruffled. Have we ruffled your feathers, sir? I'm so sorry. What did we do? Okay. Cage ruffling. Yeah. What would that trigger be? Do we just yell things that make you get all so that your feathers get ruffled? I gotta make the joke once in a while. It won't die. Okay. Little book. Here we go. That wasn't a request for dice. I'm sorry. Ha! But thank you. Now there's dice. Alright. That sounds exactly like a cage ruffle. Perfect for you. Okay, here's the big book. You've come running for the page ruffling mask? Because it's all done. Now we're going to do flipping. Page flipping. It is not rage puffing. It is not. It's page. Oh, frick. There we go. There we go. Blow dry your crow from the wrong direction. Yeah, there you go. Oop, I misread it. And that is exactly how rage puffing was born. But you know that. You already knew that. you already knew that. Okay, little book first. Here we go. Hey, book. And there was our page. Being, hi, Tetra! It's so good to see you. Hello, hello. Hi. How goes? Okay, we're gonna do card dealing and dice because the mic's in the same place. I don't want to move it. I don't want to have to do things. Are you kidding me? And then we're gonna do the tappies things. And all the different stuff. FYI, yeah, my dice is, my mic is very low and I'm leaning in. That's why my model's way up against you. Okay. What? Card dealing. Ah! Okay. Over there, books. It goes. Well, I hope it goes better soon. I hope it goes great. Okay. It's card time. Alright. Bye-bye, Dumda. Take care. And Tetra, what? 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 I forgot to change the thing, so I gotta do that now anyway. Ah! No. There. No. Still no. There. Or name a few more, but I gotta do stuff first. You've got some time. I can do your next ones later. I can do it at the end. 11. 11. Oh my god. You're one of them that make me feel like I've been streaming forever and don't realize it. Also, I see that I've gotten laggy just there, but I don't know what that's from. It doesn't say that my internet's got slower. It's just something laggy. I don't know. Thank you very much. We'll see you soon, Andy. And I will... Where is... Everything's being slow. We better be dropping our money frogs. Money cages, money frogs. Very important to have a proper reaction. I know that I'm being slow. Just taking a minute. It is me. I am them. Ah! That! Yes. There you go. There's money frogs. Thank you very much, Tetra. Oh my goodness. Also, hugs to your chat. Yeah. Thank you. Sweet. Oh my goodness. Okay, I'm gonna do the cards. I'll hold off on the rest of Andy's redeems till Andy is back. Ooh, what's the fun? What are we working on? Ooh, nice. That does sound fun from what I understand. Yeah, go ahead. I think that would be fun. I don't know much about the building PC stuff, but sounds cool. And there was cards. Here comes dice. Oh, everything's moving real slow like. Don't know why. Very good. 3. I'm getting worse. Where'd you go? 15. Okay. 13. 19. 20! Not 20, finally. Took a few. But that was mostly single digits. Would not have been a good session. Ugh. Okay. Away you go. Ah! No. There was dice. Good morning, Darstorm. Welcome in. Okay. Okay. I have lots to do. I think I will do tappy taps with the glass jar and then with Horbert. That's what we'll do. Gals? No. I'm doing not very brainable. That's what I said and somebody laughed at it and I'm gonna keep saying it because why did I say that? Very distractible today. A little bit got a lot for bread. I'm bread. And otherwise good. It's not bad. It's pretty chill. How are you? Good morning. I hope you wake up. Here's our glass jar tuppies. Here we go. So rude. You're all good, Cage. Don't you worry. I never blame you. But I will blame you and Tetra now. I don't know when I started Tappies. And you made me interrupt. I'm not supposed to interrupt the sounds. Oh no, I don't know how much longer I'm supposed to tap you. You didn't sleep at all. Ah! Okay. Caffeinate. Not hydrate. Also hydrate. But then, fuel. Food. Get food. Wake yourself up. And good luck. I hope it goes well. Make sure you go to bed early tonight then. Ugh. Okay. If my model had arms, I would salute you back. Thank you. And now, our tuppies move along to Herbert. Imagine you join my stream right now and your name's Herbert. And you're like, oh, I just want some cozy. Oh, they're doing tap sounds. Oh, they're tapping me? What? Just woke up. I'm about to chug a pot of coffee. Yes. Okay. Oh, we just did page flipping. Sir. We just did your library. It's been a long trigger break, though. It's almost... like, and no arms. I have arms. My model does not. If I lean back, you can see where it all ends. Ah! See my hair. Okay, what the frick? I'm supposed to tap Herbert. Oh my gosh. There was our Herbert. And I am not Worm. My model does have the beginnings of arms. Just no elbow and below. And I don't know any worm that has tits. Certainly not like this. I mean, sorry, but no. Look at that. Yeah. Show me a titty worm. Then we could talk. Please don't show me that, please. I don't want to see it. Don't do it. I realize I should not have said it like that. I will almost definitely be getting worm photos. Oh no. Yeah, no. I'm sure I know a place where you can find some of those. Cage notes this. Begins new art prompt. I get the feeling I could look and find one easily. Well, unfortunately, we live in the internet. We will find if we want. Ooh. Okay, we're gonna do bottle blow. Here we go. Ah! Oh, they're so far away. One. Two. That was my water bottle, not the normal blows. This is hard. They're different size openings. And I usually only do two. There's three. I'm juggling, man. Listen to them clink. Hold on. We can do this. Okay. Nope. Immediately fail. I'm not gonna be able to keep up this speed, but I'm trying. The problem is the other bottle is a different thickness, a different shape, a different size. Ah. That's our closest to a speed run. Ah. I'm too oxygen deprived for you to be calling me a worm. Coming off that bottle blow, I'm always a little lightheaded. Don't make me laugh. Whew. Air. No, we got back. Okay. Well, we would still love if you were one. Aww. Thank you. You would love me if I were a worm. As my bottles clink together. Shut up. Don't be so loud. Okay, there, wait. This is true. It's true. Thank you. Hydrate. Cheers. Yeah, I cheers. Yeah, that's it. We get you the nicest dirt. Thank you Such wisdom is to be expected from sage Nightwind. Well, of course. Of course. Alright, that was our bottle boy. I think we should do paper guillotine. Because I need air for a minute. Don't make me do music right away. Not gilling. Am I alright? Guillotine. There we go. Back here. Also far away. Don't make me scooch my chair. Okay. I appropriately scooched it. I just chopped all of the peoples up. All of you have been chopped. Chop, chop. Do you feel like you have been chopped? Ow. Have you go now? Ah, no! Have a good day. Have a great day, Darkstorm. Take care. Before I do my humming, I'm checking things. That's a decent cookie job. Thank you. Okay. We're gonna start in, cause you haven't done humming yet since we started the holiday theme. Gonna start in on some of these. this one very well, but I'll do a little bit. I think. No, wait. I don't know. I don't know. I'll have to look it up for next time. And then... Well. Oh wait, is that one safe or no? I don't know if that one's safe. Oh no! I do not have confirmation, so I will not. I don't know if I know that one too well. And then I think it goes back to I'm not sure. That's all I know. I'll do one more that's short. Hello. Doing well. Where was it? Oh no, I'm stuck. You cannot. That's illegal. No, I can't. You little shit. Hi, Vet. That's probably good for humming anyway. I can't remember the rest of Away in a Manger for whatever reason. But thank you, Fat. Money frogs. It's hit him with the money frogs. Bonk. Thank you very much, Fat. Another 11-monther. Ah! Hello, niece. For niece. Oh, I spelt humming wrong. I was huming. that time I was humming all until now, and now I am humming. Ah! Oh, and now I'm just ing? Oh no. Well, the beginnings. It's illegal. Andy, would you stick around for the next story? Are you willing to wait for a long time? Because I think it should be about time to do the next. Her froggies. They are not able to fit on all of my decorations, but the frogs are doing well. Kiru misses her. If you're willing to wait, Andy, may I please do your remaining triggers at the next story break? Because we've gone a while on triggers because I got so distracted. It's my fault. And I will come back to them. They will be first in the row, I promise. Unless you're not here. I'll check for you so you don't miss. I promise. And I will do those cards after as well. Andy? If none response, I will skip. Because then it would imply that even if I did them right now, Andy would not hear. But I hydrate. And I at least prep for the next illustration to go up. Which is this one. And this one has a heck of a title. I'm ready for it. It's gonna be silly. Oh, and I do have to run an ad now. So, well, not now, but if I'm gonna do the next story, I'm gonna have to run an ad. So I might as well. Okay, I will run the ad. I will do Andy's set of... Oh yeah, I can wait. Yay! Okay, perfect. Oh, yay. Okay, so we're gonna do the next story. I will run an ad. I'm so sorry. Take your headphones out if you can. And put him back in a second. Wait, no, I'm here. I see. I hear. Heck of a delay on that one. It's all good. Okay, I'm gonna do an ad. And then story time. It's just because if I jump into the story right now, the ad will interrupt in the middle. So here we go. I'm sorry. But yes, ad. Boop. Where'd you go, book? Oh, you're way over here. Under the stuffs and the kalimba. Okay. And the story is a heck of a title. Beer buckets and baby Jesus. It's so great. I love it. Is it time? Okay. Well, let's capitalize Jesus there, huh? Hey, I just said. Hey, go. Oh, shit. By Myra McEntire. Reba McEntire. No. No. Unless. Okay. And it's reading. Not trigger. Here we go. Everyone's back. Get ready for beer buckets and baby Jesus. It's so silly a title. Okay. The whole mess started when I lit the church on fire. To be precise, I didn't strike a match, and it wasn't the church proper, but the barn beside it. The one that Main Street Methodist used to store all the equipment for the annual Christmas pageant. Well, the barn they used to use. Put this on your list of things to know. The combination of tinsel, baby wings, and manger hay burns like weed at a Miley Cyrus concert. What part of beer buckets and baby Jesus did you not get that this was going to be wild about? And then, if you look at the illustration, there's a scroll, a little, like, harp, a horn, a sword, and well, you know what, to be fair, I don't know what side this is, but a Civil War hat? Like, what the fork? So, yeah. Let's go. My questionable reputation was established in the first grade. Man, you were bad from the get. Von Hatcher, the boy who covered the class rabbit with paste and a liberal coat of glitter, set him loose in the faculty lounge. If Vaughn is not the one with the bad reputation, I'm confused. What the hell did you do to your rabbit? Oh my gosh. Glue and glitter. Oh my gosh. It turns out teachers think of glitter as the herpes of the craft world. It is impossible to contain or exterminate. It is. Hippity Hop, I guess that's the rabbit, was sent to a petting zoo, and I was sent to the principal's office, but it was too late. I'd already experienced the hijinks that would ensue when my creativity was put to good use. I was hooked. Wait, are we Vaughn? Maybe we are. I was the guy who taught the other kids how to egg houses, roll yards, and glue mailboxes shut. I guess we are. It is. Hi, Millennial Echo. Good to see you. Fucking hate glitter. Yeah. I guess we're Vaughn. We're the problem. Anyway, okay. I was the guy that did all that. As the older I got, so I have 45 minutes before I need to. Oh no! Oh, good shout out. Okay. And the older I got, the more elaborate my pranks became. Hurting a rabbit is not a prank. Fuck you. In middle school, I filled the clinic with styrofoam peanuts. Last year, my junior year of high school, I decorated the town Christmas tree with neon thong underwear. I approve. My list of achievements is quite impressive if I do say so myself. My failure equals 1. Oh, that's a lie about the love. Sorry, your riz was bad. It's good. I am doing well. I hope you are doing well. Get cozy. For, beer buckets and baby Jesus. Get ready for that. If I could justify casting off blame, it would belong to Shelby Barron. Oh no, hold on, the frog's back. Okay, I think I'm safe. If I could justify casting off blame, it would belong to Shelby Barron. Shelby is a boy, by the way, and before I was kicked out of organized sports, he was the first string quarterback. I was third. In basketball, he was starting center, and I cleaned up spilled Gatorade behind the bench. All of that, and he dated Gracie Robinson. He's just always been better than me. So therefore, I don't like him. At least he's not better looking. He's beefy Viking. I'm tall, dark, and inappropriate. Ooh, fun. You sound like the 2 options in a love triangle romance. On the day of the incident, I drove by the church and noticed that Shelby happened to park his Mini Cooper. Seriously? A dude named Shelby who drives a Mini Cooper underneath a tree. Said tree had a large flock of pigeons roosting on its branches, and there I was with a glove compartment filled with fireworks. I saw an opportunity. Again, we're using living beings, so I'm not happy. Sounds like the 2 options in a visual novel. Yeah. Okay. I hope we don't hurt these poor pigeons. Damn it. There's like a Mini Cooper. Yeah, it's a Mini Cooper. If we just scare them with the fireworks and they poop all over the car, I guess I can be okay with that. But otherwise, fuck you. Anyway, okay. I saw an opportunity, I predicted an outcome, and I had to see how it all go down. A lot of bird shit went down, I imagine. And thanks to a wayward spark, I set the church on fire. For the first time in my life, I was in real trouble. The juvenile system kind of trouble. But then something even more unexpected occurred. The pastor of Main Street Methodist, swooped in and made a deal with the authorities. I was given a choice. If I'd agree to give up my Christmas break to help the church reboot the pageant, the incident would be expunged from my record. For 40 hours of community service. Sounds like a good deal, dude. I'd mowed a zillion lawns to save up for a winter break trip to Miami. If I took the deal, I'd have to cancel it. No beaches, no nightlife, no bikinis. The most frustrating part was that I wouldn't be able to get out of celebrating Christmas with my family. All 2 of us. Oh my God. Rewinding. You would have probably had to cancel the Miami trip if you had to deal with the juvenile stuffs, but okay, the juvenile system kind of trouble. So Miami was out of the question either way. But oh no, that doesn't make sense. Okay. And all 2 of us. Who is family? Who is the other piece of family? But my alternative was possible probation or worse. I had the grades to get into my top college choices, but way too many admissions counselors were concerned about my reputation, and I was concerned about getting any letters of recommendation. Setting a church on fire is the kind of news that gets around. College would get me out of this town, away from my house, away from my reputation. The judge said I had a choice, but it wasn't a real choice. It had to be the pageant. The story breaks and picks up at, I couldn't stop staring at Gracie Robinson's pregnant belly. Well, not hers exactly. Mary, Mother of God's. So does that mean that Gracie is pregnant or she isn't? Gracie has dark hair, innocent blue eyes, and skin like butter. She's not yellow. I'm just sure if I ever got my hands on her skin, it would be soft. So you don't even know she's buttery. Shut up. Not that I was planning on touching her or anything. Her father was the pastor of Main Street Methodist, the same pastor who was the reason why I was here at the Rebel Yell 2 days before Christmas. The Rebel Yell was a dinner theater show that served fried chicken and beer in feed buckets. Beer buckets? Okay, and baby Jesus, because there she is being Mary, Mother of God. Baby Jesus is there too, I guess. Wow. It featured a rodeo complete with clowns, tricks, and stunts, as well as rousing musical numbers. The theme pitted the Union against the Confederacy. Patrons picked sides and rooted for their favorite team, basically reducing the Civil War to a football rivalry. You know, the way only the South can do. I hated generalizations. That was my input, not the book's. I hated generalizations about the South, but the Rebel Yell did make me embarrassed for my home state of Tennessee. Yeah, there you go. I guess we should be entirely in an accent. I'm doing it. Though the church wouldn't be sharing a venue with these carpetbaggers in the first place if I hadn't destroyed their barn. 29 hours down. 3 pageant performances to execute. 1 night, tonight, and 2 tomorrow. Opening night tonight, and 2 tomorrow for Christmas Eve. 11 more hours and I would be free from carrying wood, painting sets, sweeping floors, and climbing on catwalks to replace burned-out spotlights. The opening night curtain would go up soon. Yet somehow I'd found some time to kill just so I could be near Gracie. She'd always been nice to me, especially nice, but not the kind of nice that makes you wonder what percentage is actually pity. Since I started my community service, I've had exactly 7 encounters with her. Not that I was counting. I caught her watching me a lot, but it was always while I was in the act of watching her or while her boyfriend was around, so I tried not to obsess about it too much. Her boyfriend wasn't around right now. Mary is married to Jesus. No, she's not. Joseph. And here we are trying to interrupt this. She's already got too many men in her life. Stop. Okay. Even though I'd looked for opportunities to talk to her when she'd sat down beside me on a bale of hay, my mind had gone completely blank. I believe that saying nothing at all is better than saying something stupid, so I waited for her to start the conversation. And waited. And waited. I'd been fidgeting with a tangled string of fairy lights and given her belly the side-eye for at least 5 minutes when she reached into her fuzzy purple robe, pulled out a watermelon-shaped piece of foam, and handed it over. "Please," she said, "inspect my womb." "It's nice. Plushy." I gave it a squeeze and handed it back to her. It wasn't up on faux womb etiquette, or I wasn't up on faux womb etiquette. I couldn't even believe she'd said the word womb. He do sound sleazy. He has a bad reputation for a reason. "Thanks to you, I got upgraded to cooling gel memory foam and can't wait to see the rest of my costume." "Oh yeah, 'cause we burnt down all the supplies. They had to get new stuff, I guess." She smoothed down the lapels of her bathrobe, assuming they get it made in time. I glanced around. Moms and dads were frantically putting the final touches on costumes that were replacing the ones I'd turned to ashes. From what I could gather, robes and halos weren't too difficult, but angel wings were a real pain in the ass, possibly because of the glitter, but I didn't offer up the herpes analogy. 'Cause, church. "I'm sorry." I stared at the lights in my hands. The past week had been enlightening. Main Street Methodist had been presenting the nativity play for 20 years, and I'd wrecked it in 1 minute. I keep waiting for the thunderbolt. Stop looking over your shoulder. I didn't say that to make you feel bad. Gracie touched my knee for a split second before pulling away and tucking her hand into her robe pocket. "If my dad's forgiven you, the Lord certainly has." I stared at my knee. If the Lord and I started talking forgiveness, I'd be in a confessional for the rest of my life. She grinned. "Methodists don't have confessionals." "Your father did more than forgive me," I blurted out. "He kept me from going to jail on Christmas." So awkward. Good thing, right? I don't know if Santa visits Juvie. He wouldn't come for me anyway. I'm on the naughty list. She should have been furious with me. Her acceptance rendered me as impotent as a vice president. As impotent as a vice president. Oof. Hi, May. Hello. Thank you for stopping by. Thank you for support. Hey. Have fun at work, or at least have a good day at work. Good morning. It is technically morning for me, but it is not my morning, so I am still in my evening. And Juvie ain't that bad. Oh, well, you're not in Tennessee, as far as we know. You've been very clear you're probably not anywhere near that. Where the heck was I? Oh, hucks. Impotent as a vice president. Oh, it's almost 11 p.m. here. It's not morning for you. You had to work at 11 p.m.? Oh, May. Night shift life. Oof. Good luck. Okay. Yeah. A lot warmer. Okay. Grace Robinson was simply nice. Her reputation was the exact opposite of mine. She was captain of the safety patrol in elementary school, a student council rep in middle school, and most recently, a homecoming queen. She was currently in line for valedictorian of our senior class. She always had an extra pencil, and it was always sharp. Girls like that and guys like me don't mix, except when there's a pending court order. Actually, we seem to be unaware of the very classic preacher's daughter syndrome. Do you really not know about it, sir? Meet her where people won't know about, and you will have plenty of fun, according to the fables. Okay, it's too bad we couldn't get the barn repaired in time, she said. We tried. A pang of guilt somewhere below my left rib. Maybe I could work in some public self-flagellation. It would whip self. I doubted it would help. I gestured to the Confederate flag and the mini cannon, which were shoved into a corner. How exactly did you guys end up here? I didn't say rebel yell because I couldn't without wincing at the Civil War as entertainment reference. 11 p.m. Gracie pursed her lips. We ended up here thanks to Richard Barron, father of Shelby. Oh, I really don't like them then. He owns this franchise, she said, not meeting my eyes. Right, of course he did. He bought his son a Mini Cooper, obviously. Sound judgment climbed high in that family tree. Oh! The sass. Good southern sass. Oh, we like this story as much as we don't like this story. She continued, when we figured out we wouldn't get things running in time, he offered us the venue for the 2 nights of the pageant. It's the only place around here that's big enough, I'd say. It had stadium seating and a huge dirt floor arena. Even so, claiming our own territory has been hard. She shook her head, but I guess you'd know about that. The job parameters of my community service ran the gamut. I'd done everything from helping the church move in the remaining props that I hadn't set ablaze to serving as a stagehand for the actual production. Sorting out what belonged to whom involved pawing through an eclectic mix of Confederate memorabilia, oversized scrolls, and shepherd's staffs. I still don't know if the trumpets belong to the Civil War buglers or a heavenly host of angels. That was the horn. Yeah, that's fair. It's difficult to find. I'm surprised your father didn't cancel it, I said. It would have been easier, but this is the pageant's 20th anniversary, so many people were looking forward to that Dad didn't feel like he could turn down Mr. Barron, especially after he offered to pay for all the new materials we needed. Put another jewel in the Barron family crown. Why did he offer? Shelby is playing Joseph. I knew he would. Ah, gotcha. Just then, Gracie's father rushed to the center of the stage, holding a clipboard and an enormous cup of coffee. He looked too young to head up a congregation of 500 people, 'cause he probably knocked some girl up early. Duh. Anyway. Like boy reporter young. Gracie shared his dark hair, but not his eyes. They looked older than the rest of him. This is making me think. He said it was like stadium. Is this like Confederate medieval times? Is that what this is? Is this one of those medieval times type shows, but it's the frickin' Civil War? I'm a puke. Really? Wow. Okay. Okay. He waved to get the attention of the people arranging the set. Okay, let's finish blocking these scenes so we can do a run through. I'm sorry, but that horse, when it's replaced by a donkey, will have to take a left behind the wise men after they approach the Holy Family. Can you move that bale of hay to make it easier? Donkeys don't jump. As adept as I am at predicting outcomes, I had to ask the obvious question. What happens if the horse poops? As if it had been cued, the horse lifted his tail and took his evening constitutional. Wow, Gracie said. Pastor Robinson's coffee sloshed onto the ground as he tucked the clipboard under one arm. I waited for the anger, for him to yell at someone to clean it up, to throw the clipboard, or to slam down his coffee cup. I'd never seen him show anger, but that's what would happen if someone screwed with my dad when he was conducting business. I heard Pastor Robinson's reaction before I saw it. It didn't register because it was illogical, to me at least. When he lifted his face, it was met with tears. A horse dropped a dump in the middle of his rehearsal, and the man was laughing. Not what I expected, I said. Humor wasn't a typical emotion at my house even when my dad lived with us, especially when he lived with us. If you don't do the bathroom humor, we can't be friends, she elbowed me in the side. When I didn't respond, she said, it's funny, so he's laughing. People do, you know. Like she knew what I was thinking. Like she understood the differences in the ways we were raised. Pastor Robinson's hand rested on his shaking Christmas plaid-covered stomach. His wedding ring shone on his finger. It surprised me. Gracie's mom had died when we were in the 2nd grade. Vaughn, she touched the top of my hand. You can laugh too. Right. I pulled away and grabbed a shovel. So we are Vaughn. Confirmed right there. What a name. Story breaks, and then it picks up. My family didn't react to the calamity with laughter. My dad left when I was 8, and my mom never recovered. I'd tried to convince myself that it wasn't my fault he left, but I never succeeded. I was hell at 8, in trouble all the time, and I'd always wondered what kind of strain my behavior put on their marriage. I had a distinct feeling that my dad didn't like me, but he'd always been the one to handle the teachers' conferences and suspensions. He made sure I had food and money, but that's where penance for leaving his family stopped. On a medication wagon, my mom could handle things like balanced meals and clean clothes. When she was down, she could barely take care of herself, much less her kid. And when she was up, she was a lightning strike, beautiful and unpredictable. I worked hard to keep her condition private, which is not a thing a kid should have to do. Fodder for country ballads, but also the reality of life. Shame leads to secrets, and secrets leads to lies, and lies ruin everything, especially friendships. No kid wants to explain that his mom can't bring snacks to class because she ran out of Xanax before the pharmacy could refill the prescription. Other parents stop inviting you to birthday parties because you don't reciprocate. No one asks you to join sports teams because you never meet the registration deadlines, and if you do, no one ever remembers to pay your league fees. Soon enough, people forget you altogether, so you do things that make them remember. The story breaks and it comes back. I kept my head down as I scooped the horse's early holiday gift into a rusty wheelbarrow. It had seen its fair share of manure. The wheels squeaked, but it rolled just fine. The wooden handles were worn and sturdy. I shook the contents into the compost pile, turned the wheelbarrow up against the wall, and washed my hands in the utility sink backstage. I jumped when Gracie's fingertips grazed my shoulder. She was a toucher I hadn't noticed before. Why did you do it? Gracie asked. The displeasing aroma? I yanked on the paper towels too hard. 15 came off in my hand, and the roll detached from the holder. Okay. Because all the church robes drag on the ground because somebody had to. You know what I mean, the firecrackers. I studied the paper towels, lining up the edges as I rolled them back onto the cardboard. I do lots of things without a specific reason. I was bored. I wanted to see what would happen. Experiments are why you take chemistry class, not why you blow up a bunch of pigeons. Pigeons? What do you mean? You blew up the... I wasn't trying to blow them up, I faced her. I don't abuse animals. What about the rabbit? And then she's thinking the same thing as me. She says, hippity. She raises one eyebrow. Hop. That wasn't abuse, that was art. Unfortunate 6-year-old art. As for the birds, I just wanted to scare them out of the tree. It worked. And they all lived. Well, that's good. Gracie took the roll of paper towels from my hands and hung it back up. You still haven't told me why you did it. Pointed questions were not part of my plan. My plan was to make it through the next 2 days and get a pass from the judge, not to reveal my long-standing crush or expose my deviously jealous ways. My mind raced, desperate for another way out besides the truth. Okay, so have you ever seen Sherlock Holmes? Oh, no. All right, Dumda. Have a good day. Take care. Bye-bye. You tucking him in. I think he's got to get out of bed. What are you doing, Mask? It's the auto reply for somebody leaving, but I know that this sir is not in the... You guys are going to keep him for work. What are you doing? No, you too fat. They've spoken, Dumda. Oops, you're in bed. You're double tucked. You're not getting out. You gotta stay. Okay, untuck. Oh, there you go. Maybe we should make that a command. And then untuck is... Get out of bed. Go to whirl. You didn't ask. You lasted a long time. You are doing so good. You are doing so good. And that's a nice one, Fed. I love that one. Those little eyes losing my mind. I was so close. You were doing so good. Oh. Okay. Yeah. Wait, where am I? My brain's gone. Live, bed, go, whirl. Yeah. Okay. Fat, you heard me. We're making a new command. Untuck. Get the hell out of bed. Go whirl. We don't have to go whirl. It's a get up. Get up. Okay. Have you ever seen Sherlock Holmes? Her eyes narrowed at what she assumed was a subject change. Television or movies? Either, I said. Both, she answered. You know how Sherlock sees things that shouldn't go together on the surface, but once he makes all the connections, the answers become obvious to him? The camera always shows it as a fast pan from one subject to the other. I gestured for her to follow me back to the tangled lights. Ugh, that kind of camera work makes me nauseated. But she smiled and crossed her arms over her womb. So what you're saying is that your mind works faster than everyone else's? I'm just saying, I'm good at seeing connections that could cause trouble. I sat down on a wooden crate and took stock of our surroundings. For example, lighting. I could change the directions of all the spotlights, or I could switch up the tape on the stage marks that places the actors. On the stage that marks the places for the actors. Rearrange the props table, or just hide it all together. Mixing up the angels' wires could cause all kinds of intersecting problems, not for the baby angels, of course, but for free-swinging adult in wings. That sounds like a party. And a little dirty. That part he didn't say out loud. And then a little dirty. So, chaos. Is that your ultimate goal? Those were examples, not intentions. Is it your goal to play Mary for the rest of your life? Definitely not, she stood. But when your dad is a pastor, well, people have expectations. I assumed the flawless skin and baby blues kick it over the edge. Her nose crinkled at flawless. It was an expression I'd seen before, usually when someone paid her a compliment. Maybe. But the real Mary was Middle Eastern and closer to 12. The real Joseph was probably 30. Gross. Agreed. And I'm glad that she called that out. Middle Eastern. The wise men were astronomers. And they didn't show up until Jesus was around too, and no one knows how many there were. The manger was likely a cave. Gracie was getting fired up, speaking faster and gesturing with her whole body. I knew. It said that was a period, but I'm like, no, she's ramping up. This is only the beginning. Okay. Gesturing with her whole body. And I'm pretty sure Jesus cried, she said. He was a baby. It's ridiculous that we have to keep perpetuating these myths because of people's commercialized expectations. And he wasn't born in frickin' December. That's my own. She thumped back down the wooden crate beside me. Then why do you participate? I looked at her. Because of your father? What do you get someone who is hard to shop for Christmas if you don't want to get them food and or gift cards? Novelty bullshit. Something for a laugh. Personally, I often do crochet for different peoples. It's useless. But they're like, wow, it's cool. Done. That's all. Novelty stuffs. It's a good giggles. Yeah. Something tangentially related to them. You know, like, oh, I know this is something that's related to what you like. Helps that, too. Like, not just, here's a giant pencil. More like, here's a giant pencil because you're always stealing my pencils and losing them. Bam. If you can pull that off. Glad I'm helpful. Cool rocks. Cool rocks is good. Cool rocks is good. Okay. focusing. Why do you do this? Because of your father? You'd think it's because he makes me, but he doesn't. She dropped her face into her hands, and then she peeked at me through splayed fingers. You're going to think I'm terrible. I paused, waiting for the middle school choir to pass. Once they were through, I said, "It's impossible to think badly of you, Gracie Robinson." She sat up straighter. Maybe she blushed a little. I paid the compliment with too much admiration in my voice. It's impossible to think badly of you, Gracie Robinson. It's impossible to think badly of you, Gracie Robinson. He said it in some way that was all sweet, is the point. And it's just ... Sometimes it's nice to be the one everyone pays attention to. I tilted my head to the side, all cocker spaniel. You were homecoming queen. That was a fluke. If Ashley Stewart and Hannah Gayle hadn't been suspended for breaking into the principal's office and emailing all the teachers to tell them that they were fired, I never would have won. They were shoo-ins for the homecoming court. I took a moment to check my cuticles. Her eyes widened. Fawn, I made a suggestion flippantly and possibly handed over a skeleton key. What the hell? We rigged it to be rigged. Oh my gosh. We set it up for her. We're a little shit. I knew we were a little shit, but still. Sometimes it's nice not to be the one everyone pays attention to. She punched my arm. Did you do that for me? I rubbed my bicep. Ow. It wasn't entirely coincidental. Her mouth dropped open and her expression told me she was trying to figure out if she should yell at me or thank me. I don't need to be front and center. I know I'm loved and that I shouldn't seek out approval, but secretly, she sighed and lowered her voice, I suspect I tell myself that so I'm not sad when I don't get noticed. Do you want to be noticed or not? Because it sounds like you're talking out of both sides of your mouth. I dared to nudge her shoulder. I'm not criticizing. Gracie didn't move away. Okay, so now he's touching her. Ooh, ooh, ooh. When you're a pastor's daughter, guys tend to put you in the untouchable category and never look at you again. I just like to feel special every now and then, you know? Anytime you need to feel special, you come find me. The words were out before I could stop them. A cartoon bubble over my head that wouldn't burst. Her brows pulled together in a frown. Are you flirting with me? Why is she frowning? I'm sorry. I felt my face getting red. My face never got red. Did I take it too far? No, you took it exactly far enough. The frown slipped into a grin. I knew it! This is exactly how the pastor's daughter goes. Duh. I'm just trying to figure out the most effective way to flirt with you. Ooh, that's how she finishes that. A rush of adrenaline shot through my body. I didn't know how to volley back, so I changed the subject because I was a chicken. Speaking of flirting, where's your husband? She blinked. Your fictional husband, your real life boyfriend? You mean my Shelby? Gracie groaned. She slid her hands into her hair, clutching her head like it ached. He is not my boyfriend. Shelby's an asshole. Making assumptions, telling people lies. Oh, really? I crossed my arms and sat back to listen to this one. Have you ever seen us holding hands on a date, a real official date that wasn't church sanctioned or a school event? No, you haven't, because we've never been on one. I'm so disappointed. I thought we were about to go a certain direction. Warning, folks. It's not. Okay, but then what's the deal? I'm a cover for Shelby's real girlfriend. I almost fell out of my seat. His real girlfriend? She's a very nice, liberal, feminist Christian named Ellie from New Jersey. They met at Bible camp 2 summers ago. Do they make liberal feminist Christians? Gracie rolled her eyes. They make all kinds. I understood why Shelby would need to use Gracie as an alibi. The father of a good old Southern boy would lose his mind if his son dated someone from New Jersey. Let alone a liberal feminist from New Jersey. Decided. 2025 daily calendar theme birds. What? Oh, a bird-themed calendar. Perfect. A liberal feminist. Good heavens. No, a liberal feminist Christian is the... Wow. Okay. If you're just a cover, why is he so protective? Protective to the point of being an ass. I quickly corrected myself. Mean to anyone who looks at you. He feels brotherly toward me, and my dad takes advantage. She paused, watching a volunteer bedazzle the gift box that held the myrrh for baby Jesus. What's Shelby ever done to you, anyway? I know he's a football player, but he's not a stereotype. He's not cornering you in the bathroom giving you wedgies, is he? I shook my head. Does he stuff you in lockers, duct tape you to flagpoles, I missed a piece of that. Put Ben Gay in your jock, yeah, that kind of thing. I grinned. You're cute when you blush. She didn't want to say jock strap. She said jock, but couldn't say strap. Oh no. Okay, don't change the subject. She was forcing herself to keep her eyes on mine. Why don't you like Shelby? The conversation had come this far, might as well see it through to the end. The fact that he had you seemed like reason enough. Oh. I stared at her foam belly. Unbelievably, it was the least embarrassing thing in the room. I'm guessing if I asked you out, your father wouldn't exactly be okay with that. I'm not a liberal feminist from New Jersey, but I can't rate much higher. Have you forgotten that Dad went to court for you? Look at the womb. Concentrate on the womb. I haven't forgotten. But there's a big difference between bailing someone out of trouble and then letting your daughter date the troublemaker. Give him some credit. He's not like Shelby's dad. I mean, I'm sure Dad and I would have a serious talk beforehand, but I'm smart enough to know right from wrong. Dad knows that, and he trusts me. As far as you go, he believes in what he does and in second chances. He loves people. I'd go so far as to say he loves you. Loved me? That's his own thought. And then he says, why? I don't follow the rules. Aren't religious people into rules? Rules make people safe. People feel safe, but they can turn into judgments. Condemnation is easy, Vaughn. The harder choice is love, and it's one my dad makes every day. He still wouldn't let you spend time with someone like me, I argued, mostly because I wanted her to convince me. You act like what I want doesn't matter. She didn't sound pouty. She sounded strong. Certain. My adrenaline was pulsing now. Would you? I stopped, considering. Continued. Ever want someone like me? Vaughn! Gracie leaned in. She smelled like wood smoke and fabric softener. Wood smoke. Are you saying that she is wearing something that may have been in the fire? Anyway. Wood smoke and fabric softener. If you pulled fewer pranks and paid more attention, you'd know the answer to that. If she meant what I hoped she did, I'd never pull a prank again. Probably. It says probably. The backstage door opened and closed with a bang. A cold wind rushed through the curtains, catching the pages of the director's playbook. It held the prompts for every scene, the diagrams for all the stage markings, and possibly the location of the Holy Grail. We sprang to our feet to chase them down. Gracie shivered, pulling the bathrobe tighter as she caught another flying page. We'll never find them all. Sure we will. Then it'll be as easy as putting them back in order. I don't think so. She showed me the papers she grabbed. No numbers. Mrs. Armstrong is going to freak out when she has to reorder them. It'll disrupt her precious schedule. Oh no. On my way to add religious corruption to my AM3 Yes. Get it. Okay. Precious schedule. Mrs. Armstrong was proud of her director gig, and she made that clear with a laminated ID badge she wore around her neck. Why wouldn't she number her playbook? Gracie laughed. Job security. If no one else knows exactly how the scenes are supposed to go, or where everyone is supposed to stand, or where the tape is placed on stage, she's necessary. I was on my knees, checking under the table of fabric. Why would you need job security for a volunteer position? To place yourself on the highest possible rung of the social ladder. Church people are weird. The moment I said it, I felt like a jerk. Sorry, I have this blurt circuit that can't be tamed. You might have noticed. Can we go back to when I wasn't insulting? That far? She asked. How far? I stood. 3rd grade. What happened in 3rd grade? I pushed a box of halos aside to retrieve another wayward page. You broke all the pencils in your pencil box and then told the teacher I did it. I had to write Abraham Lincoln is on the penny 500 times. What part of Abraham Lincoln? Like, oh, he's honest, Abe, so be honest. But, like, if Abraham Lincoln is on the penny, it feels unhelpful for learning a lesson. What do you mean? That teacher was very bad. Jesus. That doesn't teach you to be honest. That teaches you Abraham Lincoln is on the penny. Like, it's a mess. Hello, Vegas Experience. Welcome, welcome, welcome. How are you guys doing? I suppose I ought to take a break in a little bit, but I don't want to. We don't have all that much time, so I'm gonna just push through. Thank you for raiding. Hello, welcome back. It is good to see you. And thank you for the follow, Chumps a lot. For your entrance, we must drop some dance emotes, and I'm going to pull some from my friend Vi. Boop, 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 boop. Dance rat. Bam. There you go. Her dancey little rats. Whenever we have a new follow, I say their name, and we do a little dancey. Hold on one second while I call. Okay. We are in the middle of beer buckets and baby Jesus. We are Vaughn, a troublemaker, who, in trying to make sure that this guy we don't like, who dates a girl that we do like, gets a car full of pigeon poop, we set off some fireworks that kind of lit a church barn on fire, and the pastor there helped out to let. We didn't go to juvie. We just had to do community service and help with the nativity play, because we are reading a short story from a holiday book. It's a bit of a kissy book, so there's your warning. But anyway, yeah, oops, escalated kind of quickly. But so now we're helping out with the nativity play. It's being held in a awful place that's basically, if medieval times, you know, the medieval show, if that kind of a place, a bit smaller probably, was about the Civil War, because this is Tennessee apparently. What fun. Anyway, the nativity play cannot be in the barn no more, so it'll be in that place called the Rebel Yell. We're helping out, and the girl we like is that pastor's daughter, and the guy we don't like, she has now told us, is not dating her, and is in fact dating some other girl. And we've been flirting. We've been flirting a lot. It's being good. Fortunate to be in Tennessee. That part, not so much, I guess. But it does come with the fact that there are apparently stadiums where we celebrate the Civil War as if it's just 2 football teams instead of... Oh my gosh. Okay, so, yeah. But that's where we are. I have been doing an accent because, is a bit that I do sometimes. And when it's beer buckets and baby Jesus, I mean, it feels like you got it. Thank you for the follow, Gilligan Mask Man. Your Dancy shall be one of my own. A frog. Enjoy. Alright. So yeah, we're doing that flirty time. Here you go. She said in 3rd grade we, were rude and insulting when we accused her of breaking all of our pencils when we had done it and got her in trouble. The teacher gave an awful punishment. It was just like ineffective. We had to write Abraham Lincoln is on the penny 500 times because that was supposed to teach us to be honest, I guess. I don't know. Fucking bullshit. Okay. I laughed. I'm sorry. Gracie's eyes sparkled. So was I. The door opened again and the playbook sheets flew back into the air. Gracie ran to the right, lurching between Dixie flag and pile of scrolls. I ran to the left, onto the stage, dodging between hoop skirts and the trough that served as the manger. A horse, Confederate cap nestled between his ears, stood in the middle of the arena. He was flanked by General Robert E. Lee, who was in full Confederate regalia, down to his Smith & Wesson. There were 5 soldiers behind him, and they were in deep conversation with General Grant. Pastor Robinson joined them with a smile. It melted like Frosty in the hothouse. "Uh-oh," I said. "Uh-oh what?" Gracie peeked around me, putting her hand on the small of my back. I focused on standing up straight and wondered where putting my arm around her would fall on the awkward scale. "Why are they here?" she asked. "I don't know." I leaned forward, trying to catch the tone of their conversation. After a brief and heated discussion during which Gracie's delicate hand never left my back, her father climbed the stage steps. He was smiling, but it wasn't a real smile. I sensed panic. "The Rebel Yell has a show tonight," he said. Gracie handed me her pages and stepped into his line of vision. "We have a show tonight," she disagreed. "Mr. Barron never removed tonight's Rebel Yell performance from the website, so people were still buying tickets online." Pastor Robinson gestured for us to follow him, and we made a beeline for the box office. After a brief discussion with the attendant, he turned around. "Not only are we double booked, but the Rebel Yell is sold out. And every single ticket for the Nativity was distributed last Sunday. I don't know what to do. The show is supposed to start in 2 hours. What a catastrophe." Pastor Robinson ran his hand over his face. He looked so defeated, and only 20 minutes ago he'd been laughing. Guilt swallowed me whole, but it was followed by a chaser of hope. "Sir," I stepped closer to him, clutching my playbook in both hands. My voice was the pitch of a tiny, wide-eyed Disney mammal. "I think I can help." "Really?" he asked. "How?" "Catastrophes are my specialty." This much we can believe that. He set the church on fire. Story breaks. And I realized I actually have quite a bit of things to read. And I promised some redeems. So what I'm actually going to do is going to take a break. I said I wasn't, but I think I should. I'm going to take the trigger break to just do the redeems that have already been redeemed. Or already been asked for. We're going to do those. And then we're going to jump right back into the story after a short ad so that I've got lots of time to read. Oh, no, I won't. We actually got plenty of time. Never mind. I'll jump back into stories right after these redeems because I owe it to Andy. I said I would read them and I didn't get to them yet. Okay, so we start with page flipping and page ruffling and mouth pops, mic springs, mic arm sharpening, and card dealing. That's it. No more redeems. Only those. Because we don't have time, I will be going overtime. You lucky shits. I say again, talking to my water. Okay, page flipping. Let's go for it. Oh, wait. No, wait. Over here. Yeah, that one. Oh, boy. Yeah, Andy's happy. It's his book time. Okay. page flipping, and then we'll do page ruffling. So here we go. Little book. And the big book. No problem, Andy. I'm not gonna break my promise. Are you kidding? Okay. And there is the big book. Now we're gonna do ruffling. Let's do this. Little book. Big book. Andy, I have to agree. And this is why I like page ruffling whenever you guys request it. I'm probably going to break this book down to pieces eventually and breaking its spine piece by piece with this. But when I do the page ruffling, book smell. Every time. It's great. Okay, there's the boxes. They are both done. And then let's do mic arm stuffs. And then mouth pops. Oh no, and then card dealing, and then mouth pops, and then story. Okay. I'll have to move the mic in a bit. to start with sharpening, but I'm gonna mute and move the mic around real quick first. And now we'll do the springs. I'd like to try something. This might be bad. Here we go. Like this pattern. Alright, we're gonna move back. Alright, that was a bit of adjusting, but there we go. There was the mic bouncing around. I'm gonna move it one more time. I forgot I was doing card dealing. And then we'll do mouth pops and then a story. Okay? Let's go. Card dealing. Here we go. haven't tried that one before because it's always so loud. But I turned down my mic real low because I can do that with this nice mic. And I've forgotten about it. There we go. There was car deal. Okay, 1 second as we move the mic back. Okay, and now it's Mouth Pops in story. So here we go with Mouth Pops. Wait, we're a minute behind? What does that mean? I don't know what's happening. Hola! Welcome in. We're finishing up a story. I do not have the brain to summarize it. And I would like to see if anyone else has even been listening. Who wants to summarize Beer Buckets and Baby Jesus by Myra? Because we are about to jump back into it. Here we go. It's been a hell of a time and it's good. I've been zoning in and out. Useless. Really, people? Has anyone been listening? I will hydrate and give you just a moment to figure out if someone has. There's a guy who blows up pigeons and a girl who's pastor's daughter. That's it. Okay. Thank you for the follow, Dom Lothbrock. Thank you. Welcome in. And here is some frogs dancing for you. His gift. Welcome in. A guy is stinky butt and burned down a church. Now he has to help them out with stuff. It's funny you say a guy is stinky butt. We're him. We're him. You may think him stinky, but that's us. The proper summary is, first, we're in Tennessee. Very important. It's why I will have an accent throughout this. We are Vaughn. We have been a problem since we were child. And by that, I mean we're chaotic. We do a lot of pranks. There's a pretty girl we like named Gracie. And it's been our understanding for a long time that Gracie was dating Shelby. Shelby, he's not fun. But we decided at a certain point he's parked under a tree with a bunch of pigeons and I got fireworks. I'm gonna do something. And the result is the birds lived, but there was a bunch of pigeon poo, hopefully on the car, assumedly on the car, and the fireworks that spooked them to poop, probably, lit the church's house, or the church's barn, on fire. That barn where they usually do the nativity play and store all the nativity play stuffs. Now, Shelby's dad runs this place called Rebel Yell, which is basically a medieval times before the Civil War. Yeah, ick. But this is what they do. It's Tennessee. It's relevant. The pastor of the church, who is Gracie, the girl we like's dad, fights for us to not go to juvie for our prank and says instead, hey, community service, and the service is helping us, whomst he caused a problem for. He should help us with our nativity play, because we lost some stuff, and we're gonna put it on in the Rebel Yell because that's one of the only places that can hold all the people. So that's what we're gonna do. So there's Gracie, there's Shelby, there's Pastor Robinson, Gracie Robinson's dad, and there's the various Rebel Yell folks. But we find out while in there and chatting a little bit with Gracie, a little nervous, girly like, that actually she's never been dating Shelby. Shelby and her just kind of get assumed to be dating, and they use it because he needs a cover for his real girlfriend, who is from New Jersey and is Christian like they are, and everybody needs them to be, but is also a liberal feminist, and that is as well as the New Jersey part. Are you kidding? So it's just a cover. I was really hoping that they were going to say that his girlfriend was a guy. Anyway, like as in it's not a girlfriend. Shelby's gay, but that's not where we went with that. Disappointing. But we find out, okay, so you're not dating. And then we flirt a bunch, and we talk about previous pranks and how they were maybe bad. And then we find out that the Rebel Yell that puts on this stupid show that's hosting this nativity play tonight and tomorrow night is sold out for shows tonight. We're double booked. And we say, hey, catastrophes are my specialty. And okay, so here we are, you're all cut up. We're getting back in. I can't believe you did that. Gracie's awe could have powered me through a triathlon. What now? You're just going to throw stuff out there and hope something takes? Or sorry, what now? You're just going to throw stuff out there and hope something takes? Pretty much. It's like that spaghetti thing, throwing it at the wall to see if it sticks. I wonder if that's real, she mused, tapping her finger against her chin. Like, do you think the Olive Garden has a spaghetti wall? Do you think the waitstaff has to draw straws to has to peel it off at the end of the night? I grinned. Get to work. Have you ever done a noodle toss? It's fun. Okay. Gracie made a list of the traditional media outlets, and I drafted an announcement for the social ones. I'll call the radio stations first, she said. HOTT-FM, Hot FM, is playing Christmas carols, so I'll start with them. She winked at me before she turned away. They played nothing but Christmas carols since the day after Halloween, and I predicted most of the population had retreated to gangster rap to escape the merriment, but I didn't contradict her. She looked so hopeful. A voice interrupted my thoughts. We can manage the crowd, but the parking is another story. Pastor Robinson was beside me, and I hadn't even noticed. I was thankful Gracie was still wearing the purple bathrobe, or he'd have caught me checking out her departure. Oh yeah, and Gracie is playing Mary, Shelby is playing Joseph, and we're just like stagehand and everything else right now. We'll have to round up someone to direct traffic, he said. Maybe there are some orange cones. We could make signs for an entrance and exits. He trailed off as his eyes scoured the junk backstage, seeking solutions. You work all the time, don't you, Pastor Robinson? I asked. Dan, you can call me Dan, he said. No, I couldn't. Then he frowned. I don't have office hours on Friday or Saturday. I mean, you're always on. Things don't filter through your brain by going in one ear and out the other. There's always something to process. I could see him doing some processing right now. After a moment, he nodded thoughtfully, and then he gave me the kind of answer that adults usually avoid, an honest one. I do quite a bit of reading, studying, counseling, lots of speaking. I can put those things out of my mind, especially when it comes to Gracie, but you're right. There are always people who need caring for, and I can never turn that off. I wanted to thank him for leaving it on for me, but I didn't know how. Gracie said you believe in what you do. Yes, that's true. That's cool. I kind of want him to throw finger guns. I don't know. We looked at each other like we didn't know where to take the conversation next. Thus the finger guns. No. I had questions, but I couldn't drum up the nerve to ask him. Why had he chosen to be so kind to me after I screwed up this whole December? What made him arrange my second chance? Why did he have such an amazing daughter? Pastor Robinson, the voice cried over the mayhem of the crowd. Rebel yell versus Main Street Methodist. What were the odds? Cool beans, finger guns. Yes. Instead, he just said, that's cool. So I'm disappointed. I think finger guns could have thrown in at the in between of that's and cool too. But anyway, okay. So someone's yelling. A woman holding 3 sets of angel wings and a fake golden brick waggled her foot in front of him to draw his attention. We have a situation. It's bad news, good news. Oh, sorry. It's bad news, bad news. I assumed the solution was good news, but it's both bad. You picked the wrong dialogue option. Squeeze little angry kitten. Okay. Can we just pretend I know? He rubbed his temples and closed his eyes. Do you have to tell me? Yep. Even though you can't do anything about it, this one will need to be handled divinely. He opened his eyes. Go ahead. It's snowing in Tennessee. There was a flurry of activity by the stage door, and it opened wide. Our town looked like a snow globe being shaken by a toddler. The flakes whirled in circles and spirals, but they were making solid landings. A layer of sparkling, icy white covered everything, including the road, and it was growing deeper by the second. Winter had come early this year, and it had been unseasonably cold, but no one in our town had expected snow. The only time anyone worried about that kind of weather was if they were traveling. If this kept up, no one would move for days. There wasn't even time to hoard bread and milk or toilet paper. Hopefully, it will stop soon, Pastor Robinson said. He looked like he might face plant at any moment. Oh, sorry, damn. I don't think so. Gracie entered Sans womb. I was not expecting French. I should. It's close to Louisiana. We should be prepared. Sans womb. With her bathrobe open over her street clothes. 100% chance. Some sort of vortex situation. The meteorologists are ecstatic. You know how they love weather drama. And the kids are all mad since they're already out of school. I felt a little giddy myself. As rare as it was, snow definitely created drama. Kids in our town spent their childhoods perpetually frustrated by the pink radar line on weather forecasts that never dipped far enough south to bring snow, yet always included us in tornado warnings. I wasn't far away enough from, quote-unquote, he's got quotes around, kid to subdue all my excitement, but I tried, thanks to the current situation. That's not all. Gracie approached her father and gently laid a hand on his arm. The interstate north of us is already locked up, and the camels are stuck. They were flying in camels for this? The camels, his voice was dull as if he'd woken up from a nap, are stuck. Yes, the camels, Gracie continued, and the sheep. The sheep? She broke the rest of the news quickly. And the donkey and the ox. The traffic isn't moving, and neither are they. PETA will jump our ass, our literal ass, if we push our transport in this kind of weather. At the mention of hoarding toilet paper, humans are weird, man. Yeah. Everyone in Gracie's general vicinity dropped chin. I don't know the church's stance on alcohol, but Pastor Robinson looked like he could use a margarita. He took a deep breath, the kind that every teenager recognizes and fears. Grace Elizabeth Robinson. I know that was a play on words, and your attempt at levity is noted, as is the time and place you chose to attempt it. Now you owe the swear jar $1. Before she could reply, his phone rang. He answered, and the crowd around broke us up. I stared at Gracie. You just said ass. She shrugged. A grin followed. I can usually get away with that one since it's in the Bible. You said ass. Oh, he said, You just said ass. And then she said, you said ass. I thought it was like, he was going to be like, I don't know, it's not a big deal. No, other way. You. Okay. You said it. I'm aware of this. You guys have a swear jar. Well, yeah. She slid out her arms from the bathrobe, revealing a blue sweater that fit so well it deserved a vacation home in the Bahamas. Okay, listen, us. We are stinky. It's an old pickle jar. No, I'd probably agree with him. It's an old pickle jar we keep on our kitchen counter. My mom made it mandatory for my dad when he was in seminary, and he made it mandatory for me. Your father swears too? Not anymore. Last year, he emptied it to fund a trip to the Harry Potter theme park in Florida. Her grin went full-blown. I wanted to kiss it right off her face. Okay, so they like Harry Potter. Do they support JK's transphobia? I hope not, but they are in Tennessee. You wicked girl. You're not at all who I imagined you'd be. Because she likes Harry Potter? Fun. Okay. Ditto. She hung her robe on a wall hook. How many days has it been since you pulled a prank? I had no idea you could behave for such an extended period of time. Maybe I'm trying to change. I've managed a streak of good behavior here. Or, I've managed a streak of good behavior before. I glanced at Pastor Robinson, who was pacing while he talked. Remember the Good Citizenship Award in 4th grade? And how every single kid was supposed to get it? She nodded and leaned against the wall. I tried so hard. Everyone had been giving me crap, saying I'd never be good long enough to get it, but during the last month of school, I earned it. I proved that I could handle myself. And then Mr. Weekly passed me over at assembly. I know my name was on the list, but he said every name but mine. No one would believe me. That's when I realized everyone had already made up their minds about me. Why disappoint them? Wait. I gotta go to bed, work in the morning. I leave it in the reliable hands of other mods. Just make sure not to typo the raid message mask. How would I typo that? You could hit Command X, I don't know. Instead of Command copy. Or it's raid 1, that's what I mean. You would probably skip something or hit Tade. I don't know. You could mix it up. You could fail. We could see. Squirmed. But eat well, Cage. If you haven't already left, take care. We shall rely on mask. Aw, you tucking me in? Go to bed. I've got a story to finish. Shut up. You literally typed whirl. It's one letter off. It could happen. Now I go. Night-night. Night-night, Cage. Thank you for staying till I could say goodnight. I'm glad. You might have had to wait a long time. I'm sorry. But okay, I'm going to keep reading. We can do this. We can't do this before 2 a.m. like I usually do. But Mask, did you just... That one's so far away. That one couldn't have been. That one had to be on purpose, right? Because those two are so far apart on the QWERTY. That wasn't a type. Okay, good. Oh, I was scared. I think I'm going to call it for... Got everything working now. I just need to clean up the wires inside and put the case back together. Heckin' yeah! Sounds a lot like I crocheted all the things. I just have to sew in the edges. Which takes a while sometimes. Oh my god. That one was a play on Cage's name. Good. I was scared. I was like, you couldn't have. You couldn't have. Okay. I am excited that you have finished up your PC, Tetra. It's good for you. Okay. Oh, right. The heartbreaking thing where the teacher was like, fuck you, kid. Anyway. Why disappoint them? No, I didn't think so, but I was like, is it possible? Could it be? I don't know. Post a picture of what it looks like right now though. It's got fancy lights and stuff. Fancy lights and stuff. Okay. Okay, so he said, why disappoint them? I only typoed like once today. It was at least 2, sir. It was bath and it was whirl. It was at least 2. Because bath was hilariously timed. And then I wasn't paying attention slash... No, I was paying pretty good attention. It was a long while, and then we caught you at whirl. We were paying attention, but then I wasn't paying attention after whirl. No. Are you saying there was more than 2? Okay, focusing, Raven. Why disappoint them? Why not work harder? I was 9, I said dryly. I'm not sure that's how you spell dryly. Is it Y or I? They used I. I don't know. Anyway, work harder sounds like a parental advice. And I didn't have the kind of guidance that you did. I'm of the opinion, she said, tucking her arm around mine, that if you let a single life event define you, then all you need to change things, if you want them to change, is another. I stared at her arm on mine, and then, when I looked up, she was staring at me. Oh no. A loud commotion erupted around Pastor Robinson. Yeah, that's what I thought. They use the I. Drilly. I said drilly. Drilly? So, brain. Okay. Gracie turned her attention to him. What now? Mrs. Armstrong had slipped on a set of icy stairs, and she was on her way to the hospital with a broken foot. The pageant had lost its director. God damn it. How about that, Gracie murmured. Double-booked venue, freak snowstorm, trapped animals, and now no director. Things are getting worse by the second. She clucked her tongue. It would be easy to give up. No one would blame us. Or... She let go of my arm, practically bouncing. You know how to make things go wrong. You excel at it. From anyone else, I'd have taken that personally. Tell me you can't figure out how to make tonight happen. Are you trying to find a way to make your father accept me or something? I didn't think so, but I had to ask. Are you trying to fix me? Why, are you broken? Gracie tilted her head. That's so cute, but then he hits us with a heartbreaking parts of me were. Fuck. Damn it. Vaughn. I felt like Gracie could see every single torn up edge. I shrugged. You said you were trying to change, she reminded me. I said maybe. Get your story straight. I was glad she wasn't holding my hand. My palms were a rainforest. You're so blinded by negative expectations that you can't see the truth. Pranks, jokes, they don't make you bad. She angled her body toward me. They make you you. You have a lot to offer, Vaughn, and Christmas is about new beginnings. What about you, Gracie? Since I have so much to offer, would you be willing to start something with me? Or are you afraid I'll ruin your reputation? What makes you think I won't ruin yours? I choked on my own spit. Gracie gestured toward the chaos on stage. So, I counted the people backstage, the props, thought about the possibilities. Let's make it happen. Hell yeah! Another $1! Pastor Robinson hollered before returning to his phone call. I laughed. Isn't that one in the Bible, too? He's not been very forgiving lately, she said through her smile as she gave her father the thumbs up. I think he's aiming for Hawaii next summer. I'll just make my child swear a bunch so that she puts my money that I give her into a jar for me to take us to Hawaii. It works. I had a flash of Gracie in a bikini, followed by one of Pastor Robinson in Speedos. Ooh. I shook my head in a reflex action. I did too! To push both pictures out of my brain. You should get into costume. Where's your foam child? One of the baby angels is using it as a pillow. She grabbed my hand and pulled me toward her father. Hey, Dad, Vaughn has an idea. And it breaks, and it picks up. Pastor Robinson agreed to go forward. Hell yeah. Oh, no. Put a frog in the jar. No, I ain't got no money. The traffic reports from the north of town were growing worse by the second. Things to the south weren't much better, but the traffic was moving. Pastor Robinson's phone lit up with calls from stranded cast members. Gracie and her dad were trying to figure out exactly which cast members were missing. Oh, I get a feeling that Joseph is miraculously not going to be there, and Vaughn and Gracie are going to be the couple. Okay. I was listening, but I was also thinking. Crazy Sherlock thinking. Looking from the Civil War soldiers to the nativity costumes, from the arena to the stage. Gracie watched me. You're doing it again. You're doing your brain thing right now. My brain thing. Yeah, I'm using my brain. It happens once a year. Okay. I ignored her. If the pageant is going to be short of players and the rebel yell is too, we can make a hybrid. No. 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 Do not. No. 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 Don't put Confederate soldiers in the nativity play, please. Please, Tennessee. I know it's Tennessee, but no. 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 Don't do it. It hurts. It hurts. I don't. Pastor Robinson frowned. You mean like General Grant and General Lee and Santa should give the presents to the Christ child? Santa's in your nativity. Santa shouldn't be anywhere near this. Santa is a saint. He is Saint Nicholas. He is not involved. He's not involved in the goddamn nativity. I mean, gosh darned. Okay. So you mean like General Grant and General Lee and Santa should give the presents to the Christ child? I hadn't meant that at all, but I stopped for a moment to picture it. No, Dad, the wise men costumes are here, Gracie explained. We could just get someone from the rebel yell to put them on. Thank God. That could work, he said. And, I was rolling now, if both casts are down by half, maybe the audiences will be too. We could combine the shows, and since your congregation can't barrel race, I looked to him for confirmation, and he shook his head. Oh, darn. Then maybe we can get the Rebel Yell employees to volunteer for us. I like that idea. I like it a lot. Let me feel them out. I didn't mention that I was pretty sure I'd have to recruit waitresses to fill in for the missing angels, the baby angels. The waitresses would look more like prostitutes in their costumes. Well, hey, that keeps the Rebel Yell audience at attention. At least we had shepherd's hooks. If things got too scandalous, we could always pull them off stage. The hook. Get the hook. Oh, thank you for the hydrate. Rick, hello. I should not be here. I am late. As in, I'm running late. But I have a story to finish, so enjoy. I'll do those things when I'm frickin' done. Gracie didn't say I had to make a classy pageant happen, just a pageant. Okay, what else? She had a clipboard and a pencil. It was nice to see her taking my success so seriously, but the clipboard reminded me of a bigger problem. The playbook. It still sat on the director's stool in complete disarray, pages sticking out everywhere. We don't know what order to put things in. The Rebel Yell people will need markers to know where to go. I can help with that. Oh, sorry, no, never mind. I can help with that. The voice was deep, and it could only come from one person. Oh no! Oh, you wound me. Shelby's blonde hair had grown out since his football season buzz cut, and it was sticking up everywhere. His face was unshaven, he had dark circles under his eyes, and his shirt wasn't buttoned right. I'd never seen him look unkempt before. I'm sorry, I said. In truth, I blurted it. I felt a little more kindly towards Shelby than usual. Excuse me? I'm sorry I made those birds crap on your car. I'd never apologized, and it felt right to do it now. It wasn't cool, and I didn't have a reason, not a valid one anyway. Gracie dropped the clipboard and stepped in front of me. I told him about your girlfriend. Did you tell him about the Mini Cooper? Shelby asked urgently. Gracie shook her head. That's your issue. Dude, Shelby stepped around her and grabbed me, looking intently into my eyes. I only drive the Mini Cooper because I have to. My dad gets weird ideas about things. He jerked his head around toward the lassos and clown wigs that were hanging on a nearby pegboard. Yeah, he gets interesting ideas, sir. And that car is one of them. He surprised me with it, and he was so happy. I just wish you could have set it on fire instead of the church. Relax, big boy. I didn't mean to set anything on fire. Gracie stepped in front of me again and knocked off Shelby's giant sweaty hands from my shoulders. But you forgive him, right? Shelby's body was large, but his brain was quick. He looked from me to Gracie. Seriously, you do? Can you help me with the book or not? Her hands were on her hips, because I'm not having this conversation right now, but I will remind you that you owe me. Very true. Shelby dropped his head. Fine, hand it over. I know I can put those stage markings in the right place. They've always looked like football plays to me. Gracie gave it to him, and he sat on the stool, heavily as if he were exhausted. It creaked under his weight. I'll let you know when I'm done, he called out, and Gracie, we'll be having a talk later. She waved him off and pulled me to the side of the stage. That was an impressive apology from you. Unexpected. We were right beside a corner, a small, dark corner, a corner that wasn't in her father's line of vision, and she was impressed with me. Oh, you won't kiss her? You want to kiss her? Was it reward-worthy? I asked, looking from her to the corner and back again. You are cheeky. I acknowledge advantageous situations. Cheeky and smart, too. She grabbed the front of my shirt and pulled me into the darkness. We're getting to the kissing book bit. It's happening. I was glad she hadn't put her costume back on. It's not like I had her pressed up against a wall or anything, but I was closer to her than I'd ever been. It exceeded expectations. Her hair smelled girly like spring. She still had my shirt wrapped around her fist. I know I'm trying to make better life choices, I said, but I'd commit a crime every day if it meant I got to do this. That's not logical. She let go of my shirt. If you committed daily crimes, the only time we'd have together would be an hour on Sundays. I wanted to make a conjugal visit joke, but I didn't think we were there yet. So you're saying you want to spend time with me? She answered with a giggle. Gracie wasn't a giggler. You're nervous. The only kiss I've ever had was with Milo Crutcher in 6th grade, and he stuck his whole tongue in my mouth. I understand his intentions now, but I didn't then, so I've just sort of... She gestured awkwardly with her hands. It was adorable. I've avoided trying it again. She thought I was going to kiss her, and she wasn't running away. That's a shame. I touched her face, ran my thumb along her cheekbone. Although I'm glad he ruined it for you. I'll be happy to be the one to set things right. I bet you would, she stuttered. I removed my hand from her cheek. Your teeth are chattering. I'm sorry. Hey, she grabbed my wrist. I'm the one who made the move. And I appreciate it. I tipped her chin up with one finger. Oh, he's doing the thing. But this probably isn't the time or place for this, and maybe I want to buy you a steak first. I'm a vegetarian, she said, but she'd stopped shaking. I smiled. I'll buy you a salad. Then I gave her a peck on the forehead and stepped into the light. The story breaks and it picks back up in a second, but isn't that cute? Isn't that cute? We've got 2.5 pages left. Are you ready? 2 and a bit, right? I'd behaved for 31 hours, shown restraint with Gracie, and had an intelligent conversation with her father. I'd found He'd also apologized to the dude. I'd found tablecloths to cover the legs of the waitresses, now angels, persuaded Lee and Grant to put on wigs and robes, two of the wise men were stuck in traffic, and attached cotton balls to saw horses to create sheep. I'd wielded a glue gun to finish hemming Gracie's costume, with no hit to my masculinity at all, and borrowed an 8th grade gamer from the middle school choir to run lights. I'd untucked the robe from the back of an unaware shepherd's pants, removed the Confederate caps from the horses, now donkeys, and located Benadryl for a nervous stage member. Look at you being a great stage manager. Little clap into the book. I can't clap both hands or I'll lose my page. But he's doing good. Talk about your Christmas miracles. There was only one problem. No Joseph. What do you mean? He was just there. Did we make him mad? I asked Gracie. We found the playbook perfectly organized, but Shelby had disappeared. Is this my fault, too? No, he's not that kind of guy. She threw her hands up into the air. We never dated, not even once. Something's wrong. We didn't have any extra bodies to stand in as Joseph. I'm calling it Shelby hid so that they could be cute together, and then he's going to come back when he's already got the costume on. He's like, oh no, it's too late, go. In that kind of moment. I just think so. Okay, something's wrong. We didn't have any extra bodies to stand in as Joseph. Gracie's father was outside handling the tickets and the traffic, and that would be gross anyway, as in if her father played her husband. Yeah. I couldn't even pull an overgrown middle schooler from the choir because he was their only tenor. I was at the end of my alternatives when Pastor Robinson reappeared. Oh no, it wasn't intentional. We found Shelby, he said, passed out under a pile of burlap. He's running a high fever, and he's delirious. Keeps talking about Democrats and New Jersey and kissing. Pastor Robinson's confused. Gracie and us, Vaughn, are like, oh yeah, no, that makes sense. So we don't have a Joseph. Gracie kept her eyes on her father, but her hand moved towards mine. No, we don't. He was very obviously not looking at me either. Oh no. Come on, I took a step back. No way. No one in this town will buy me as Joseph. They'll boo at the nativity. You can't have people booing at the nativity. And I might be a troublemaker, but I do what is underhanded, sneaky. I don't like people looking at me, and people would have to look at me. I was babbling, but the last thing I wanted to do was to put on a robe and a fake beard and pretend to be the father of Jesus. It's okay, Vaughn. You don't have to do it. Gracie squeezed my hand. We have time to figure something out. 10 minutes? It was the 8th grade gamer on the earpiece. We could use one of the wise men, Gracie suggested. Pull someone out of the crowd to take his place. All he has to do is stand there. Pastor Robinson nodded. That could work. We might have to open the curtain in a few minutes late. I'll do it. Was that coming from me? It was. I'll be Joseph. Son, you don't have to, I promise, Pastor Robinson said. He meant it, and not because he'd be ashamed for me to take the role. I could tell that he was thinking about me, my feelings, and he'd called me son. Performing wasn't a part of your deal. I looked from Gracie to her father, and all I saw in their faces was concern. Not judgment, not disappointment, not expectation, nothing. Just love. Oh. Directing the pageant wasn't part of the deal either, I said. This is different, Gracie said. No one wants you to be uncomfortable. I want to. I held up my hand when Gracie started to argue. No, I really want to. I turned to her father. The least I can do is put on a fake beard and stand up for what you believe in. Gracie was biting her lip. I might have seen tears in her eyes. Oh, you gotta get so late. No. Thank you, Pastor Robinson said, and then he hugged me. Right. I swallowed the lump in my throat. So where's the beard? It breaks and it picks up. Gracie and I were alone on the stage, waiting for the curtain to rise, just a young couple from Nazareth on our way to Bethlehem to be counted in the census. Minus a donkey, but some things couldn't be helped. Gracie told me the donkey thing wasn't in the Bible anyway. Well, there you go. I was sweaty and nervous, but Gracie was smiling from ear to ear. It made the whole thing worth it. I'd say good luck. I fiddled with a glue strip and slapped on the mustache. But it's break a leg, right? My beard flipped over. Crap. Gracie laughed and reached out to fix it, or so I thought. Oh, there are other things you can do for luck. She stood on her tiptoes, lifted her chin, and placed a kiss on my lips. It was soft and sweet. My knees went weak, like so weak I had to lean on her. That was a surprise. Don't get me wrong, a welcome surprise, but still. I'm sorry, did I take it too far? A peck on the lips? No, she asked softly. No, I said. The curtain began to rise. You took it exactly far enough. The end! Only 15 minutes over so far. Okay, that is enough for tonight, and I am having trouble dropping the accent. Oh, get out of it, Raven. We're not in Tennessee no more. This ain't Tennessee no more. Okay, everybody. Thanks again, Renerick, for the hydrate, stretch, and posture check. I did try to do posture check at the end, and I didn't do a very good job, so I'll refund one of those. But I did hydrate. And I'm stretching now. Okay. Okay. Alright. Not in Tennessee no more. Oh, that's a cute pat. Except that pat is like a little moving the head. It's not lifting. It's just full on. No, keep the accent. Pretty country, dear. No. When I had the accent for 20 minutes or an hour or whatever in the subathon, I was expecting someone to do the, like, go country again. Because I'd done it a couple times when we were reading creepypastas for, like, the first or second time. One of the stories that came up was, like, wrestling gators. And so I got into it because it was written like it needed to be. Just like when I went, Cockney while reading the old war poems, that stuff, from that old book that I got. Similarly random books, old war book, Christmas kissy book, perfect. So like I expected one of those two to be what we picked, and then freaking French. What? What? So yeah, I like to dip into that one. It feels comfy. The Cockney doesn't feel as comfy, but if it's written out like that poem, those poems are so, like, it's baked into the writing, I'm doing it. If it's baked into the writing that I'm reading, I'll do it anyway. But if I have to come up with how the words are said into an accent, I might struggle a little bit. So when's the country talk ASMR? Oh, I don't know. Just country talk and not reading? I don't know. But you could make it happen if I'm reading enough. It's a natural one for me. I dip into it. I have told y'all that I have bounced a bit. I am not particular to where I am, but Emerald Lake is where I am. It has been said in Jack Ma Frog that that's where I am right then. I found Emerald Lake, but it hasn't been consistent. So that one's a classic. What about a 5-minute country accent redeem? That's an interesting idea. I can't say no exactly yet, but I don't know. It's not a very good one. Like, it's not a redeem that I can do between stories kind of thing. And that's how those are supposed to go. And if we're reading Cockney accent, I'm not going to suddenly be like, country accent. But I know it's a fun one. I know to pull it out, just like we did here. I pull it out whenever someone says that they're supposed to be from there. And that's why I felt especially betrayed by that last story where Russell had the Texas plates and every other thing he was saying was like very Texas coded, it seemed. Very Southern coded. And then they threw the curveball out. Oh, actually, he never really even sounded that Texas. I'm like, you rude liars. Yeah, it would have to be for the story. Yeah. But, hey, you find me a country enough writing, we're doing it. So yeah, there you go. But thank you very much for watching. Fat with the little pats. You're here. You know what we're after now. Where are we rated? Where are we going? You know this. I don't. Oh, I'm gonna definitely have to copy paste that one. Oh no. Okay. Oh, we didn't give Mask a chance to typo the raid message, which I am pretty sure he has done before, but I can't confirm right now. And he'd probably get mad at me for saying. But okay, thank you. Ooh. Well, I have to respect I have to respect Fetster's algorithm and list or whatever. So that's always the first. And if there's something up with that, then we can look at the other people. Are Glitchica and that one on the list, Fet? Are we going to eventually get to them? I think I copied that. And we're gonna go setting up the raid. They're just throwing ideas out there. Oh, of course, Andy. We have been there. Well, damn it, Raven. What are you doing? This one I found. Not familiar with the other. Oh, something that Fetster. You don't know them? I didn't think that was possible. I thought Fetster was everywhere, especially in the ASMR. Oh my god. Oh my god. I am shocked. Okay. Well, we are going to start this raid. I'm gonna have a fun time. Thank you everybody for watching. You recognize the model? Oh, ooh. I hope we have. Oh. I hope we have great eeps, great nights, or great days, whatever time zone, happy time zone. Thank you everybody. Thanks for the resubs. Thanks for the new follows. I'm back tomorrow. Nearly finishing the book, probably, but not quite tomorrow. And then the 17th, we will finally finish this Christmas Kissy book and wrap up for Raven's holiday streams. Yeah. Alright, here we go. Thank you, everybody. Let's go. We raid. Bye.